Before Breakfast by Eugene O'Neill. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Before Breakfast by Eugene O'Neill.
Mrs. Rowland, read by Pat Redstone.
Narrated by Elizabeth Klett. Scene: a small room serving both as kitchen and dining room in a flat on Christopher Street, New York City. In the rear, to the right, a door leading to the outer hallway. On the left of the doorway, a sink and a two-burner gas stove. Over the stove, and extending to the left wall, a wooden closet for dishes, etc. On the left, two windows looking out on a fire-escape where several potted plants are dying of neglect. Before the windows, a table covered with oilcloth. Two cane-bottomed chairs are placed by the table. Another stands against the wall to the right of door in rear. In the right wall, rear, a doorway leading into a bedroom. Farther forward, different articles of a man's and a woman's clothing are hung on pegs. A clothesline is strung from the left corner, rear, to the right wall, forward. It is about 8:30 in the morning, of a fine, sunshiny day in the early fall. Mrs. Rowland enters from the bedroom, yawning, her hands still busy putting the finishing touches on a slovenly toilet, by sticking hairpins into her hair, which is bunched up in a drab-coloured mass on top of her round head. She is of medium height and inclined to a shapeless stoutness, accentuated by her formless blue dress, shabby and worn. Her face is characterless, with small regular features and eyes of a nondescript blue. There is a pinched expression about her eyes and nose, and her weak, spiteful mouth. She is in her early 20s, but looks much older. She comes to the middle of the room and yawns, stretching her arms to their full length. Her drowsy eyes stare about the room with the irritated look of one to whom a long sleep has not been a long rest. She goes wearily to the clothes hanging on the right, and takes an apron from a hook. She ties it about her waist, giving vent to an exasperated "Damn!" when the knot fails to obey her clumsy fingers. Finally gets it tied and goes slowly to the gas stove and lights one burner. She fills the coffee pot at the sink and sets it over the flame. Then slumps down into a chair by the table and puts a hand over her forehead, as if she were suffering from headache. Suddenly her face brightens as though she had remembered something, and she casts a quick glance at the dish-closet, then looks sharply at the bedroom door, and listens intently for a moment or so.
Alfred! Alfred!
There is no answer from the next room, and she continues suspiciously in a louder tone.
You needn't pretend you're asleep.
There is no reply to this from the bedroom, and, reassured, she gets up from her chair and tiptoes cautiously to the dish-closet. She slowly opens one door, taking great care to make no noise, and slides out from their hiding-place behind the dishes, a bottle of Gordon gin and a glass. In doing so she disturbs the top dish, which rattles a little. At this sound she starts guiltily, and looks with sulky defiance at the doorway to the next room.
Alfred!
After a pause, during which she listens for any sound, she takes the glass and pours out a large drink and gulps it down, then hastily returns the bottle and glass to their hiding-place. She closes the closet door with the same care as she had opened it, and, heaving a great sigh of relief, sinks down into her chair again. The large dose of alcohol she has taken has an almost immediate effect. Her features become more animated, she seems to gather energy, and she looks at the bedroom door with a hard vindictive smile on her lips. Her eyes glance quickly about the room, and are fixed on a man's coat and vest which hang from a hook at right. She moves stealthily over to the open doorway, and stands there, out of sight of anyone inside, listening for any movement.
Alfred!
Again there is no reply. With a swift movement she takes the coat and vest from the hook, and returns with them to her chair. She sits down and takes the various articles out of each pocket, but quickly puts them back again. At last, in the inside pocket of the vest, she finds a letter. Looking at the handwriting, slowly to herself.
I knew it.
She opens the letter and reads it. At first her expression is one of hatred and rage, but as she goes on to the end it changes to one of triumphant malignity. She remains in deep thought for a moment, staring before her, the letter in her hands, a cruel smile on her lips. Then she puts the letter back in the pocket of the vest, and, still careful not to awaken the sleeper, hangs the clothes up again on the same hook, and goes to the bedroom door and looks in.
Alfred! Alfred!
There is a muffled, yawning groan from the next room.
Don't you think it's about time you got up? Do you want to stay in bed all day?
Turning around and coming back to her chair.
Not that I've got any doubts about your being lazy enough to stay in bed forever.
She sits down and looks out of the window.
Goodness knows what time it is. We haven't even got any way of telling the time since you pawned your watch like a fool. The last valuable thing we had, and you knew it. It's been nothing but pawn, pawn, pawn with you. Anything to put off getting a job, anything to get out of going to work like a man.
She taps the floor with her foot nervously, biting her lips.
Alfred, get up! Do you hear me? I want to make that bed before I go out. I'm sick of having this place in a continual muss on your account. Not that we'll be here long unless you manage to get some money someplace. Heaven knows I do my part and more, going out to sew every day while you play the gentleman and loaf around barrooms with that good-for-nothing lot of artists from the square.
A short pause, during which she plays nervously with a cup and saucer on the table.
And where you going to get money, I'd like to know? The rent's due this week, and you know what the landlord is. He won't let us stay a minute over our time. You say you can't get a job. That's a lie, and you know it. You never even look for one. All you do is moon around all day, writing silly poetry and stories that no one will buy. And no wonder they won't. I notice I can always get a position, such as it is, and it's only that which keeps us from starving to death.
Gets up and goes over to the stove, looks into the coffee-pot to see if the water is boiling, then comes back and sits down again.
You'll have to get money today someplace. I can't do it all, and I won't do it all. You've got to come to your senses. You've got to beg, borrow, or steal it somewheres. But where, I'd like to know. You're too proud to beg, and you've borrowed the limit, and you haven't the nerve to steal. Aren't you up yet, for heaven's sake? It's just like you to go to sleep again, or pretend to.
She goes to the bedroom door and looks in.
Oh, you're up. Well, it's about time, and you needn't look at me like that. Your airs don't fool me a bit any more. I know you too well, better than you think I do. You and your goings-on.
Turning away from the door.
I know a lot of things, my dear. Never mind what I know now. I'll tell you before I go. You needn't worry.
She comes to the middle of the room and stands there frowning.
I suppose I might as well get breakfast ready. Not that there's anything much to get, unless you have some money.
She pauses for an answer from the next room, which does not come.
Foolish question. I ought to know you better than that by this time. When you left here in such a huff last night, I knew what would happen. You can't be trusted for a second. A nice condition you came home in. The fight we had was only in for you to make a beast of yourself. What was the use pawning your watch if all you wanted with the money was to waste it in buying drink?
Goes over to the dish-closet and takes out plates, cups, etc., while she is talking.
Hurry up! It don't take long to get breakfast these days, thanks to you. All we got this morning is bread and butter and coffee. And you wouldn't even have that if it wasn't for me sewing my fingers off.
She slams the loaf of bread on the table with a bang.
The bread's stale. I hope you like it. You don't deserve any better, but I don't see why I should suffer.
Going over to the stove.
The coffee'll be ready in a minute. And you needn't expect me to wait for you. What on earth are you doing all this time?
She goes over to the door and looks in.
Well, you're almost dressed at any rate. I expected to find you back in bed. That'd be just like you. How awful you look this morning. For heaven's sake, shave. You're disgusting. You look like a tramp. No wonder no one will give you a job. I don't blame them, when you don't even look halfway decent.
She goes to the stove.
There's plenty of hot water right there. You've got no excuse.
Gets a bowl and pours some of the water from the coffee-pot into it.
Here.
He reaches his hand into the room for it. It is a sensitive hand with slender fingers. It trembles, and some of the water spills on the floor.
Look at your hand tremble. You'd better give up drinking. You can't stand it. It's just your kind that get the DTs. That would be the last straw.
Looking down at the floor.
Look at the mess you've made of this floor. Cigarette butts and ashes all over the place. Why can't you put them on a plate? No, you wouldn't be considerate enough to do that. You never think of me. You don't have to sweep the room, and that's all you care about.
Takes the broom and commences to sweep viciously, raising a cloud of dust. From the inner room comes the sound of a razor being stropped.
Hurry up! It must be nearly time for me to go. If I'm late, I'm liable to lose my position, and then I couldn't support you any longer. And then you'd have to go to work or something dreadful like that. What I want to know is whether you're going to look for a job today or not. You know your family won't help us anymore. They've had enough of you, too.
After a moment's silent sweeping.
I'm about sick of all this life. I've a good notion to go home if I wasn't too proud to let them know what a failure you've been. You, the millionaire Roland's only son, the Harvard graduate, the poet, the catch of the town. Ha! There wouldn't be many of them now envy my catch if they knew the truth. What has our marriage been, I'd like to know? Even before your millionaire father died owing everyone in the world money, you certainly never wasted any of your time on your wife. I suppose you thought I ought to be glad you were honorable enough to marry after getting me into trouble. You were ashamed of me with your fine friends because my father's only a grocer. That's what you were. At least he's honest, which is more than anyone could say about yours.
She is sweeping steadily toward the door, leans on her broom for a moment.
You hoped everyone'd think you'd been forced to marry me, and pity you, didn't you? You didn't hesitate much about telling me you loved me and making me believe your lies before it happened, did you? You made me think you didn't want your father to buy me off as he tried to do. I know better now. I haven't lived with you all this time for nothing. It's lucky the poor thing was born dead after all. What a father you'd have been. But I'm not the only one who's got you to thank for being unhappy. There's one other at least, and she can't hope to marry you now.
She puts her head into the next room.
How about Helen?
She starts back from the doorway, half frightened.
Don't look at me that way. Yes, I read her letter. What about it? I've got a right to. I'm your wife, and I know all there is to know, so don't lie. You needn't stare at me so. You can't bully me with your superior airs any longer. Only for me you'd be going without breakfast this very morning.
She sets the broom back in the corner.
You never did have any gratitude for what I've done.
She comes to the stove and puts the coffee into the pot.
The coffee's ready. I'm not going to wait for you.
She sits down in her chair again. After a pause, puts her hand to her head.
Oh, my head aches so this morning. It's a shame I've got to go to work in a stuffy room all day in my condition. And I wouldn't if you were half a man. By rights, I ought to be lying on my back instead of you. You know how sick I've been this last year, and yet you object when I take a little something to keep up my spirits. You even didn't want me to take that tonic I got at the drugstore. I know you'd be glad to have me dead and out of your way. Then you'd be free to run after all these silly girls that think you're such a wonderful, misunderstood person. This Helen and the others.
There is a sharp exclamation of pain from the next room.
There! I knew you'd cut yourself. It'll be a lesson to you. You know you oughtn't be running around nights, drinking with your nerves in such an awful shape.
She goes to the door and looks in.
What makes you so pale? What are you staring at yourself in the mirror that way for? For goodness sake, wipe that blood off your face. Oh, it's horrible. There, that's better. Ugh, I never could stand the sight of blood. You better give up trying and go to a barber shop. Your hand shakes dreadfully. Why do you stare at me like that?
She turns away from the door.
Are you still mad at me about that letter? Well, I had a right to read it. I'm your wife.
She comes to the chair and sits down again. After a pause.
I knew all the time you were running around with someone. Your lame excuses about spending the time at the library didn't fool me. Who's this Helen, anyway? One of those artists? Or does she write poetry, too? Her letter sounds that way. I'll bet she told you your things were the best ever, and you believed her like a fool. Is she young and pretty? I was young and pretty, too, when you fooled me with your fine poetic talk. But life with you would soon wear anyone down. What I've been through.
Goes over and takes the coffee off the stove.
Breakfast is ready.
With a contemptuous glance.
Breakfast!
Pours out a cup of coffee for herself and puts the pot on the table.
Your coffee'll be cold. What are you doing? Still shaving, for heaven's sake? You'd better give it up. One of these mornings you give yourself a serious cut.
She cuts off bread and butters it. During the following speeches she eats and sips her coffee.
I've got to run soon as I've finished eating. One of us has got to work. Are you going to look for a job today, or aren't you? I should think some of your fine friends would help you if they really think you're so much, but I guess they just like to hear you talk. I'm sorry for this Helen, whoever she is. Haven't you got any feelings for other people? What will her family say? I see she mentions them in her letter. What is she going to do? Have the child, or go to one of those doctors? That's a nice thing, I must say. Where can she get the money? Is she rich?
She waits for some answer to this volley of questions.
You won't tell me anything about her, will you? Much I care. Come to think of it, I'm not so sorry for her after all. She knew what she was doing. She isn't any schoolgirl like I was, from the looks of her letter. Does she know you're married? Of course she must. All your friends know about your unhappy marriage. I know they pity you, but they don't know my side of it. They'd talk different if they did.
Too busy eating to go on for a second or so.
This Helen must be a fine one if she knew you were married. What does she expect, then? That I'll divorce you and let her marry you? Does she think I'm crazy enough for that after all you've made me go through? I guess not. And you can't get a divorce from me, and you know it. No one can say I've ever done anything wrong.
Drinks the last of her cup of coffee.
She deserves to suffer. That's all I can say. I'll tell you what I think. I think your Helen is no better than a common streetwalker. That's what I think.
There is a stifled groan of pain from the next room.
Did you cut yourself again? Serves you right.
Gets up and takes off her apron.
Well, I've got to run along. This is a fine life for me to be leading. I won't stand for your loafing any longer.
Something catches her ear, and she pauses and listens intently.
There. You've overturned the water all over everything. Don't say you haven't. I can hear it dripping on the floor.
A vague expression of fear comes over her face.
Alfred? Why don't you answer me?
She moves slowly toward the room. There is the noise of a chair being overturned, and something crashes heavily to the floor. She stands, trembling with fright.
Alfred! Alfred! Answer me! What is it you knocked over? Are you still drunk?
Unable to stand the tension a second longer, she rushes to the door of the bedroom.
Alfred!
She stands in the doorway looking down at the floor of the inner room, transfixed with horror. Then she shrieks wildly and runs to the other door, unlocks it and frenziedly pulls it open, and runs shrieking madly into the outer hallway. The curtain falls. End of Before Breakfast by Eugene O'Neill.
The Buller-Poddington Compact by Frank Richard Stockton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Thomas Buller, read by Max Schörlinger.
William Poddington, read by Algy Pug.
The Fisherman, read by Lars Rolander.
Canal Man, read by David Lawrence.
Canal Boy, read by Elizabeth Klett.
Town Boy, read by M.B.
Narration read by Levi Throckmorton.
I tell you, William,
Said Thomas Buller to his friend Mr. Poddington,
I am truly sorry about it, but I can't arrange for it this year. Now, as to my invitation, that's very different.
Of course it is different,
was the reply.
but I am obliged to say, as I said before, that I really cannot accept it.
Remarks similar to these had been made by Thomas Buller and William Poddington at least once a year for some 5 years. They were old friends. They had been schoolboys together and had been associated in business since they were young men. They had now reached a vigorous middle age. They were each married, and each had a house in the country in which he resided for a part of the year. They were warmly attached to each other, and each was the best friend which the other had in this world. But during all these years neither of them had visited the other in his country home. The reason for this avoidance of each other at their respective rural residences may be briefly stated. Mr. Buller's country house was situated by the sea, and he was very fond of the water. He had a good catboat, which he sailed himself with much judgment and skill, and it was his greatest pleasure to take his friends and visitors upon little excursions on the bay. But Mr. Poddington was desperately afraid of the water, and he was particularly afraid of any craft sailed by an amateur. If his friend Buller would have employed a professional mariner, of years and experience, to steer and manage his boat, Poddington might have been willing to take an occasional sail. But as Buller always insisted upon sailing his own boat, and took it ill if any of his visitors doubted his ability to do so properly, Poddington did not wish to wound the self-love of his friend, and he did not wish to be drowned. Consequently, he could not bring himself to consent to go to Buller's house by the sea. To receive his good friend Buller at his own house in the beautiful upland region in which he lived would have been a great joy to Mr. Poddington. But Buller could not be induced to visit him. Poddington was very fond of horses, and always drove himself, while Buller was more afraid of horses than he was of elephants or lions. To one or more horses driven by a coachman of years and experience he did not always object, but to a horse driven by Poddington, who had much experience and knowledge regarding mercantile affairs, but was merely an amateur horseman, he most decidedly and strongly objected. He did not wish to hurt his friend's feelings by refusing to go out to drive with him, but he would not rack his own nervous system by accompanying him. Therefore it was that he had not yet visited the beautiful upland country residence of Mr. Poddington. At last this state of things grew awkward. Mrs. Buller and Mrs. Poddington, often with their families, visited each other at their country houses, but the fact that on these occasions they were never accompanied by their husbands caused more and more gossip among their neighbors both in the upland country and by the sea. One day in spring, as the two sat in their city office, where Mr. Poddington had just repeated his annual invitation, his friend replied to him thus:
William, if I come to see you this summer, will you visit me? The thing is beginning to look a little ridiculous, and people are talking about it.
Mr. Poddington put his hand to his brow, and for a few moments closed his eyes. In his mind he saw a catboat upon its side, the sails spread out over the water, and two men, almost entirely immersed in the waves, making efforts to reach the side of the boat. One of these was getting on very well, that was Buller. The other seemed about to sink. His arms were uselessly waving in the air, that was himself. But he opened his eyes and looked bravely out of the window. It was time to conquer all this. It was indeed growing ridiculous. Buller had been sailing many years and had never been upset.
Yes,
said he.
I will do it. I am ready any time you name.
Mr. Buller rose and stretched out his hand.
Good,
said he.
It is a compact.
Buller was the first to make the promised country visit. He had not mentioned the subject of horses to his friend, but he knew through Mrs. Buller that Podington still continued to be his own driver. She had informed him, however, that at present he was accustomed to drive a big black horse, which, in her opinion, was as gentle and reliable as these animals ever became, and she could not imagine how anybody could be afraid of him. So when, the next morning after his arrival, Mr. Buller was asked by his host if he would like to take a drive, he suppressed a certain rising emotion and said that it would please him very much. When the good black horse had jogged along a pleasant road for half an hour, Mr. Buller began to feel that perhaps for all these years he had been laboring under a misconception. It seemed to be possible that there were some horses to which surrounding circumstances in the shape of sights and sounds were so irrelevant that they were to a certain degree entirely safe, even when guided and controlled by an amateur hand. As they passed some meadowland, somebody behind a hedge fired a gun. Mr. Buller was frightened, but the horse was not.
William,
said Buller, looking cheerfully around him.
I had no idea you lived in such a pretty country. In fact, I might almost call it beautiful. You have not any wide stretch of water such as I like so much, but here is a pretty river. Those rolling hills are very charming, and beyond you have the blue of the mountains.
It is lovely,
said his friend.
I never get tired of driving through this country. Of course the seaside is very fine, but here we have such a variety of scenery.
Mr. Buller could not help thinking that sometimes the seaside was a little monotonous, and that he had lost a great deal of pleasure by not varying his summers by going up to spend a week or two with Podington.
William,
said he,
how long have you had this horse?
About 2 years.
said Mr. Podington.
Before I got him, I used to drive a pair.
Heavens,
thought Buller.
How lucky I was not to come 2 years ago.
And his regrets for not sooner visiting his friend greatly decreased. Now they came to a place where the stream by which the road ran had been dammed for a mill and had widened into a beautiful pond.
There now,
cried Mr. Buller.
That's what I like. William, you seem to have everything. This is really a very pretty sheet of water, and the reflections of the trees over there make a charming pictures. You can't get that at the seaside, you know.
Mr. Podington was delighted. His face glowed. He was rejoiced at the pleasure of his friend.
I tell you, Thomas,
said he.
that...
William,
exclaimed Buller, with a sudden squirm in his seat.
What is that I hear? Is that a train?
Yes,
said Mr. Podington.
that is the 10:40 up.
Does it come near here?
asked Mr. Buller nervously.
Does it go over that bridge?
Yes,
said Podington.
but it can't hurt us, for our road goes under the bridge. We are perfectly safe. There is no risk of accident.
But your horse! Your horse!
exclaimed Buller, as the train came nearer and nearer.
What will he do?
Do?
said Podington.
He'll do what he is doing now. He doesn't mind trains.
But look here, William,
exclaimed Buller.
it will get there just as we do. No horse could stand it roaring up in the air like that.
Podington laughed.
He would not mind it in the least,
said he.
Come now,
cried Buller.
Really, I can't stand this. Just stop a minute, William. Let me get out. It sets all my nerves quivering.
Mr. Podington smiled with a superior smile.
Oh, you needn't get out,
said he.
There is not the least danger in the world, but I don't want to make you nervous, and I will turn around and drive the other way.
But you can't,
screamed Buller.
This road is not wide enough, and that train is nearly here. Please stop.
The imputation that the road was not wide enough for him to turn was too much for Mr. Podington to bear. He was very proud of his ability to turn a vehicle in a narrow place.
Turn?
said he.
That's the easiest thing in the world. See, a little to the right, then a back, then a sweep to the left, and we will be going the other way.
And instantly he began the maneuver in which he was such an adept.
Oh, Thomas,
cried Buller, half rising in his seat.
That train is almost here.
And we are almost...
Mr. Podington was about to say turned around, but he stopped. Mr. Buller's exclamations had made him a little nervous. and in his anxiety to turn quickly, he had pulled upon his horse's bit with more energy than was actually necessary, and his nervousness being communicated to the horse, that animal backed with such extraordinary vigor that the hind wheels of the wagon went over a bit of grass by the road and into the water. The sudden jolt gave a new impetus to Mr. Buller's fears.
"You'll upset!"
he cried, and not thinking of what he was about, he laid hold of his friend's arm. The horse, startled by this sudden jerk upon his bit, which, combined with the thundering of the train which was now on the bridge, made him think that something extraordinary was about to happen, gave a sudden and forcible start backward, so that not only the hind wheels of the light wagon, but the fore wheels and his own hind legs went into the water. As the bank at this spot sloped steeply, the wagon continued to go backward, despite the efforts of the agitated horse to find a footing on the crumbling edge of the bank.
"Whoa!"
cried Mr. Buller.
Get up!
exclaimed Mr. Podington, applying his whip upon the plunging beast. But exclamations and castigations had no effect upon the horse. The original bed of the stream ran close to the road, and the bank was so steep and the earth so soft that it was impossible for the horse to advance, or even maintain his footing. Back, back he went, until the whole equipage was in the water, and the wagon was afloat. This vehicle was a road wagon, without a top, and the joints of its box body were tight enough to prevent the water from immediately entering it. So, somewhat deeply sunken, it rested upon the water. There was a current in this part of the pond, and it turned the wagon downstream. The horse was now entirely immersed in the water, with the exception of his head and the upper part of his neck, and unable to reach the bottom with his feet, he made vigorous efforts to swim. Mr. Podington, the reins and whip in his hands, sat horrified and pale. The accident was so sudden, he was so startled and so frightened that, for a moment, he could not speak a word. Mr. Buller, on the other hand, was now lively and alert. The wagon had no sooner floated away from the shore than he felt himself at home. He was upon his favorite element. Water had no fears for him. He saw that his friend was nearly frightened out of his wits, and that, figuratively speaking, he must step to the helm and take charge of the vessel. He stood up and gazed about him.
"Put her across stream!"
he shouted.
"She can't make headway against this current. Head her to that clump of trees on the other side. The bank is lower there, and we can beach her. Move a little the other way, we must trim boat. Now then, pull on your starboard rein."
Podington obeyed, and the horse slightly changed his direction.
"You see,"
said Buller.
"it won't do to sail straight across, because the current would carry us down and land us below that spot."
Mr. Podington said not a word. He expected every moment to see the horse sink into a watery grave.
This is so bad after all, is it, Podington? If we had a rudder and a bit of sail, it would be a great help to the horse. This wagon is not a bad boat."
The despairing Podington looked at his feet.
It's coming in. Thomas, the water is over my shoes.
"That is so,"
said Buller.
"I'm so used to water I didn't notice it. She leaks. Do you carry anything to bail her out with?"
Bail!
cried Podington, now finding his voice.
Oh, Thomas, we are sinking.
"That's so,"
said Buller.
"She leaks like a sieve."
The weight of the running gear and of the two men was entirely too much for the buoyancy of the wagon body. The water rapidly rose toward the top of its sides.
We are going to drown,
cried Podington, suddenly rising.
"Lick him! Lick him!"
exclaimed Buller.
"Make him swim faster!"
There's nothing to lick,
cried Podington, vainly lashing at the water, for he could not reach the horse's head. The poor man was dreadfully frightened. He had never even imagined it possible that he should be drowned in his own wagon.
"Whoa!"
cried Buller, as the water rose over the sides.
"Steady yourself, old boy, or you'll go overboard."
And the next moment the wagon body sunk out of sight. But it did not go down very far. The deepest part of the channel of the stream had been passed, and with a bump the wheels struck the bottom.
"Heavens!"
exclaimed Buller.
"We are aground!"
aground.
exclaimed Podington.
Heaven be praised.
As the two men stood up in the submerged wagon, the water was above their knees, and when Podington looked out over the surface of the pond, now so near his face, it seemed like a sheet of water he had never seen before. It was something horrible, threatening to rise and envelop him. He trembled so that he could scarcely keep his footing.
"William,"
said his companion,
"you must sit down. If you don't, you'll tumble overboard and be drowned. There's nothing for you to hold to."
Sit down?
said Podington, gazing blankly at the water around him.
I can't do that.
At this moment the horse made a slight movement. Having touched bottom after his efforts in swimming across the main bed of the stream, with a floating wagon in tow, he had stood for a few moments, his head and neck well above water, and his back barely visible beneath the surface. Having recovered his breath, he now thought it was the time to move on. At the first step of the horse Mr. Podington began to totter. Instinctively he clutched Buller.
"Sit down!"
cried the latter.
"Or you'll have us both overboard."
There was no help for it. Down sat Mr. Podington, and as with a great splash he came heavily upon the seat, the water rose to his waist.
"Oh!"
said he.
"Thomas, shout for help!"
"No use doing that,"
replied Buller, still standing on his nautical legs.
"I don't see anybody, and I don't see any boat. We'll get out all right. Just you stick tight to the thwart."
"The what?"
feebly asked the other.
"Oh, the seat, I mean. We can get to the shore all right if you steer the horse straight. Head him more across the pond."
"I can't hit him,"
cried Podington.
"I have dropped the reins."
"Good gracious!"
cried Mr. Buller.
"That's bad. Can't you steer him by shouting gee and haw?"
"No,
said Podington.
he isn't an ox, but perhaps I can stop him."
And with as much voice as he could summon he called out,
"Whoa!"
and the horse stopped.
"If you can't steer him any other way,"
said Buller,
"we must get the reins. Lend me your whip."
"I have dropped that too.
said Podington.
There it floats."
"Oh dear,"
said Buller.
"I guess I'll have to dive for them. If he were to run away, we should be in an awful fix."
"Don't get out! Don't get out!"
exclaimed Podington.
"You can reach over the dashboard."
"As that's under water,
said Buller.
it will be the same thing as diving, but it's got to be done, and I'll try it. Don't you move now. I am more used to water than you are."
Mr. Buller took off his hat and asked his friend to hold it. He thought of his watch and other contents of his pockets, but there was no place to put them, so he gave them no more consideration. Then, bravely getting on his knees in the water, he leaned over the dashboard, almost disappearing from sight. With his disengaged hand, Mr. Podington grasped the submerged coat-tails of his friend. In a few seconds the upper part of Mr. Buller rose from the water. He was dripping and puffing, and Mr. Podington could not but think what a difference it made in the appearance of his friend to have his hair plastered close to his head.
"I got hold of one of them,"
said the sputtering Buller.
"but it was fast to something, and I couldn't get it loose."
"Was it thick and wide?"
asked Podington.
"Yes,
was the answer.
it did seem so."
"Oh, that was a trace,"
said Podington.
"I don't want that. The reins are thinner and lighter."
"Now I remember, they are,"
said Buller.
"I'll go down again."
Again Mr. Buller leaned over the dashboard, and this time he remained down longer, and when he came up he puffed and sputtered more than before.
"Is this it?"
said he, holding up a strip of wet leather.
"Yes,
said Podington.
you've got the reins."
"Well, take them and stare. I would have found them sooner if his tail had not got into my eyes. That long tail's floating down there and spreading itself out like a fan. It tangled itself all around my head. It would have been much easier if he had been a bobtailed horse."
"Now then,"
said Podington.
"take your hat, Thomas, and I'll try to drive."
Mr. Buller put on his hat, which was the only dry thing about him, and the nervous Podington started the horse so suddenly that even the sea legs of Buller were surprised, and he came very near going backward into the water, but recovering himself, he sat down.
"I don't wonder you did not like to do this, William,"
said he.
"Wet as I am, it's ghastly."
Encouraged by his master's voice, and by the feeling of the familiar hand upon his bit, the horse moved bravely on. But the bottom was very rough and uneven. Sometimes the wheels struck a large stone, terrifying Mr. Buller, who thought they were going to upset, and sometimes they sank into soft mud, horrifying Mr. Podington, who thought they were going to drown. Thus proceeding, they presented a strange sight. At first, Mr. Podington held his hands above the water as he drove, but he soon found this awkward, and dropped them to their usual position, so that nothing was visible above the water but the head and neck of a horse, and the heads and shoulders of two men. Now the submarine equipage came to a low place in the bottom, and even Mr. Buller shuddered as the water rose to his chin. Podington gave a howl of horror, and the horse, with high uplifted head, was obliged to swim. At this moment a boy with a gun came strolling along the road, and hearing Mr. Podington's cry, he cast his eyes over the water. Instinctively he raised his weapon to his shoulder, and then, in an instant, perceiving that the objects he beheld were not aquatic birds, he dropped his gun and ran yelling down the road toward the mill. But the hollow in the bottom was a narrow one, and when it passed, the depth of the water gradually decreased. The back of the horse came into view, the dashboard became visible, and the bodies and the spirits of the two men rapidly rose. Now there was vigorous splashing and tugging, and then a jet-black horse, shining as if he had been newly varnished, pulled a dripping wagon containing two well-soaked men upon a shelving shore.
"Oh, I am chilled to the bones,"
said Podington.
I should think so,
replied his friend.
If you have got to be wet, it's a great deal pleasanter under the water.
There was a field road on this side of the pond which Podington well knew, and proceeding along this, they came to the bridge and got into the main road.
"Now we must get home as fast as we can,"
cried Podington,
"or we shall both take cold. I wish I hadn't lost my whip. Hey now, get along."
Podington was now full of life and energy. His wheels were on the hard road, and he was himself again. When he found his head was turned towards his home, the horse set off at a great rate.
"Hi there,"
cried Podington.
"I'm so sorry I lost my whip."
Whip?
said Buller, holding fast to the side of the seat.
Surely you don't want him to go any faster than this. And look here, William,
he added.
It seems to me we are much more likely to take cold in our wet clothes if we rush through the air in this way. Really, it seems to me that horse is running away.
"Not a bit of it,"
cried Podington.
"He wants to get home, and he wants his dinner. Isn't he a fine horse? Look how he steps out."
Steps out?
said Buller.
I think I'd like to step out myself. Don't you think it would be wiser for me to walk home, William? That would warm me up.
"It will take you an hour,"
said his friend.
"Stay where you are, and I'll have you in a dry suit of clothes in less than 15 minutes.
I tell you, William,
said Mr. Buller as the two sat smoking after dinner,
you should never go out driving without a life preserver and a pair of oars. I always take them. It will make you feel safer.
Mr. Buller went home the next day, because Mr. Podington's clothes did not fit him, and his own outdoor suit was so shrunken as to be uncomfortable. Besides, there was another reason, connected with the desire of horses to reach their homes, which prompted his return. But he had not forgotten his compact with his friend, and in the course of a week he wrote to Podington, inviting him to spend some days with him. Mr. Podington was a man of honor, and in spite of his recent unfortunate water experience, he would not break his word. He went to Mr. Buller's seaside home at the time appointed. Early on the morning after his arrival, before the family were up, Mr. Podington went out and strolled down to the edge of the bay. He went to look at Buller's boat. He was well aware that he would be asked to take a sail, and, as Buller had driven with him, it would be impossible for him to decline sailing with Buller, but he must see the boat. There was a train for his home at 7:15. If he were not on the premises, he could not be asked to sail. If Buller's boat were a little flimsy thing, he would take that train, but he would wait and see. There was only one small boat anchored near the beach, and a man, apparently a fisherman, informed Mr. Podington that it belonged to Mr. Buller. Podington looked at it eagerly. It was not very small and not flimsy.
"Do you consider that a safe boat?"
he asked the fisherman.
Safe?
replied the man.
You could not upset her if you tried. Look at her breadth of beam. You could go anywhere in that boat. Are you thinking of buying her?
The idea that he would think of buying a boat made Mr. Podington laugh. The information that it would be impossible to upset the little vessel had greatly cheered him, and he could laugh. Shortly after breakfast, Mr. Buller, like a nurse with a dose of medicine, came to Mr. Podington with the expected invitation to take a sail.
Now, William,
said his host,
I understand perfectly your feeling about boats, and what I wish to prove to you is that it's a feeling without any foundation. I don't want to shock you or make you nervous, so I'm not going to take you out today on the bay in my boat. You are as safe on the bay as you would be on land, a little safer perhaps under certain circumstances to which we will not allude, but still it is sometimes a little rough, and this, at first, might cause you some uneasiness. And so I'm going to let you begin your education in the sailing line on perfectly smooth water. About 3 miles back of us there is a very pretty lake several miles long. It is part of the canal system which connects the town with the railroad. I have sent my boat to the town, and we can walk up there and go by the canal to the lake. It's only about 3 miles.
If he had to sail at all, this kind of sailing suited Mr. Podington. A canal, a quiet lake, and a boat which could not be upset. When they reached the town, the boat was in the canal ready for them.
Now,
said Mr. Buller,
you get in and make yourself comfortable. My idea is to hitch on to a canal boat and be towed to the lake. The boats generally start about this time in the morning, and I will go and see about it.
Mr. Podington, under the direction of his friend, took a seat in the stern of the sailboat, and then he remarked,
Thomas, have you a life preserver on board? You know I am not used to any kind of vessel, and I am clumsy. Nothing might happen to the boat, but I might trip and fall overboard, and I can't swim.
All right,
said Buller.
here's a life preserver. You can put it on. I want you to feel perfectly safe. Now, I will go and see about the tow.
But Mr. Buller found that the canal boats would not start at their usual time. The loading of one of them was not finished, and he was informed that he might have to wait for an hour or more. This did not suit Mr. Buller at all, and he did not hesitate to show his annoyance.
I tell you, sir, what you can do,
said one of the men in charge of the boats.
If you don't want to wait till we are ready to start, we'll let you have a boy and a horse to tow you up to the lake. That won't cost you much, and they'll be back before we want 'em.
The bargain was made, and Mr. Buller joyfully returned to his boat with the intelligence that they were not to wait for the canal boats. A long rope, with a horse attached to the other end of it, was speedily made fast to the boat, and, with a boy at the head of the horse, they started up the canal.
Now this is the kind of sailing I like,
said Mr. Podington.
If I lived near a canal, I believe I would buy a boat and train my horse to tow. I could have a long pair of rope lines and drive him myself. Then when the roads were rough and bad, the canal would always be smooth.
This is all very nice,
replied Mr. Buller, who sat by the tiller to keep the boat away from the bank.
and I am glad to see you in a boat under any circumstances. Do you know, William, that although I did not plan it, there could not have been a better way to begin your sailing education? Here we glide along, slowly and gently, with no possible thought of danger, for if the boat should suddenly spring a leak, as if it were the body of a wagon, all we would have to do would be to step on shore, and by the time you get to the end of the canal, you will like this gentle motion so much that you will be perfectly ready to begin the second stage of your nautical education.
Yes.
said Mr. Podington.
How long did you say this canal is?
About 3 miles.
answered his friend.
Then we will go into the lock, and in a few minutes we shall be on the lake.
So far as I am concerned,
said Mr. Podington,
I wish the canal were 12 miles long. I cannot imagine anything pleasanter than this. If I lived anywhere near a canal, a long canal I mean, this one is too short.
Come now,
interrupted Buller.
don't be content to stay in the primary school just because it's easy. When we get on the lake, I will show you that in a boat, with a gentle breeze, such as we are likely to have today, you will find the motion quite as pleasing and ever so much more inspiriting. I should not be a bit surprised, William, if after you have been 2 or 3 times on the lake, you will ask me, yes, positively ask me, to take you out on the bay.
Mr. Podington smiled, and, leaning backward, he looked up at the beautiful blue sky.
You can't give me anything better than this, Thomas,
said he.
But you needn't think I am weakening. You drove with me, and I will sail with you.
The thought came into Buller's mind that he had done both of these things with Podington, but he did not wish to call up unpleasant memories, and said nothing. About half a mile from the town there stood a small cottage where house cleaning was going on, and on a fence, not far from the canal, there hung a carpet gaily adorned with stripes and spots of red and yellow. When the drowsy tow horse came abreast of the house, and the carpet caught his eye, he suddenly stopped and gave a start toward the canal. Then, impressed with a horror of the glaring apparition, he gathered himself up, and with a bound dashed along the tow-path. The astounded boy gave a shout, but was speedily left behind. The boat of Mr. Buller shot forward as if she had been struck by a squall. The terrified horse sped on as if a red and yellow demon were after him. The boat bounded and plunged, and frequently struck the grassy bank of the canal, as if it would break itself into pieces. Mr. Podington clutched the boom to keep himself from being thrown out, while Mr. Buller, both hands upon the tiller, frantically endeavored to keep the boat from the bank.
"William!"
he screamed.
"He's running away with us! We shall be dashed to pieces! Can't you get forward and cast off that line?"
What do you mean?
cried Podington, as the boom gave a great jerk as if it would break its fastenings and drag him overboard.
"I mean, untie the tow line. We'll be smashed if you don't. I can't leave this tiller. Don't try to stand up. Hold on to the boom and creep forward. Steady now, or you'll be overboard."
Mr. Podington stumbled to the bow of the boat, his efforts greatly impeded by the big cork life preserver tied under his arms, and the motion of the boat was so violent and erratic that he was obliged to hold on to the mast with one arm and try to loosen the knot with the other. But there was great strain on the rope, and he could do nothing with one hand.
"Cut it! Cut it!"
cried Mr. Buller.
I haven't a knife,
replied Podington. Mr. Buller was terribly frightened. His boat was cutting through the water as never vessel of her class had sped since sailboats were invented, and bumping against the bank as if she were a billiard ball rebounding from the edge of the table. He forgot he was in a boat. He only knew that for the first time in his life he was in a runaway. He let go the tiller. It was of no use to him.
"William!"
he cried.
"Let's jump out the next time we are near enough to the shore."
Don't do that. Don't do that.
replied Podington.
Don't jump out in a runaway. That is a way to get hurt. Stick to your seat, my boy. He can't keep this up much longer. He'll lose his wind.
Mr. Podington was greatly excited, but he was not frightened as Buller was. He had been in a runaway before, and he could not help thinking how much better a wagon was than a boat in such a case.
If you were hitched up shorter, and I had a snaffle bit and a stout pair of reins,
thought he,
I could soon bring him up.
But Mr. Buller was rapidly losing his wits. The horse seemed to be going faster than ever. The boat bumped harder against the bank, and at one time Buller thought they could turn over. Suddenly a thought struck him.
"William!"
he shouted.
"Tip that anchor over the side. Throw it in, anyway."
Mr. Podington looked about him, and, almost under his feet, he saw the anchor. He did not instantly comprehend why Buller wanted it thrown overboard, but this was not a time to ask questions. The difficulties imposed by the life preserver and the necessity of holding on with one hand interfered very much with his getting at the anchor and throwing it over the side. But at last he succeeded, and just as the boat threw up her bow as if she were about to jump on shore, the anchor went out, and its line shot after it. There was an irregular trembling of the boat as the anchor struggled along the bottom of the canal. Then there was a great shock. The boat ran into the bank and stopped. The tow line was tightened like a guitar string, and the horse, jerked back with great violence, came tumbling in a heap upon the ground. Instantly Mr. Podington was on the shore and running at the top of his speed toward the horse. The astounded animal had scarcely begun to struggle to his feet when Podington rushed upon him, pressed his head back to the ground, and sat upon it.
Hurrah!
he cried, waving his hat above his head.
Get out, Buller. He is all right now.
Presently Mr. Buller approached, very much shaken up.
"All right?"
he said.
"I don't call a horse flat in a road with a man on his head all right. But hold him down till we get him loose from my boat. That is the thing to do. William, cast him loose from the boat before you let him up. And what will he do when he gets up?"
Oh, he'll be quiet enough when he gets up.
said Podington.
But if you got a knife, you can cut his traces. I mean, that rope. But no, you needn't. Here comes the boy. We'll settle this business in very short order now."
When the horse was on his feet and all connection between the animal and the boat had been severed, Mr. Podington looked at his friend.
"Thomas,"
said he,
"you seem to have had a hard time of it. You have lost your hat, and you look as if you had been in a wrestling match."
"I have,"
replied the other.
"I wrestled with that tiller, and I wonder it didn't throw me out."
Now approached the boy.
"Shall I hitch him on again, sir?"
said he.
"He's quiet enough now."
"No,"
cried Mr. Buller.
"I want no more sailing after a horse. And besides, we can't go on the lake with that boat. She has been battered about so much she must have opened a dozen seams. The best thing we can do is to walk home."
Mr. Podington agreed with his friend that walking home was the best thing they could do. The boat was examined and found to be leaking, but not very badly, and when her mast had been unshipped and everything had been made tight and right on board, she was pulled out of the way of tow lines and boats and made fast until she could be sent for from the town. Mr. Buller and Mr. Podington walked back toward the town. They had not gone very far when they met a party of boys, who, upon seeing them, burst into unseemly laughter.
Mister,
Cried one of them.
you needn't be afraid of tumbling into the canal. Why don't you take off your life preserver and let that other man put it on his head?
The two friends looked at each other and could not help joining in the laughter of the boys.
By George, I forgot all about this.
Said Podington, as he unfastened the cork jacket.
It does look a little super timid to wear a life preserver just because one happens to be walking by the side of a canal.
Mr. Buller tied a handkerchief on his head, and Mr. Podington rolled up his life preserver and carried it under his arm. Thus they reached the town, where Buller bought a hat, Podington dispensed with his bundle, and arrangements were made to bring back the boat.
Run away in a sailboat?
Exclaimed one of the canal boatmen when he had heard about the accident.
Upon my word, that beats anything that could happen to a man.
No, it doesn't,
replied Mr. Buller quietly.
I have gone to the bottom in a foundered road wagon.
The man looked at him fixedly.
Was you ever stuck in the mud in a balloon?
He asked.
Not yet,
replied Mr. Buller. It required 10 days to put Mr. Buller's sailboat into proper condition, and for 10 days Mr. Podington stayed with his friend, and enjoyed his visit very much. They strolled on the beach, they took long walks in the back country, they fished from the end of a pier, they smoked, they talked, and were happy and content.
Thomas,
said Mr. Podington on the last evening of his stay,
I have enjoyed myself very much since I have been down here, and now, Thomas, if I were to come down here again next summer, would you mind not...
I would not mind it a bit,
replied Buller promptly.
I'll never so much as mention it, so you can come along without a thought of it. And since you have alluded to the subject, William,
he continued,
I'd like very much to come and see you again. You know my visit was a very short one this year. That is a beautiful country you live in, such a variety of scenery, such an opportunity for walks and rambles. But, William, if you could only make up your mind not to...
Oh, that is all right,
exclaimed Podington.
I do not need to make up my mind. You come to my house, and you'll never so much as hear of it. Here's my hand upon it.
And here's mine,
said Mr. Buller, and they shook hands over a new compact. End of the Buller-Podington Compact by Frank Richard Stockton.
The Dark Lady of the Sonnets by George Bernard Shaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
The Beefeater, read by Max Schörlinger.
William Shakespeare, read by Bob Gonzalez.
Queen Elizabeth, read by Elizabeth Klett.
The Dark Lady, read by Ariel Lipshaw.
Narrated by M.B. The Dark Lady of the Sonnets by George Bernard Shaw. Fin de siècle, 15 to 1600. Midsummer night on the terrace of the palace at Whitehall, overlooking the Thames. The palace clock chimes 4 quarters and strikes 11. A beefeater on guard. A cloaked man approaches.
Stand. Who goes there? Give the word.
Marry, I cannot. I have clean forgotten it.
Then cannot you pass here. What is your business? Who are you? Are you a true man?
Far from it, Master Warder. I am not the same man 2 days together. Sometimes Adam, sometimes Benvolio, and anon the ghost.
Recoiling.
A ghost? Angels and ministers of grace defend us.
Well said, Master Warder. With your leave I will set that down in writing, for I have a very poor and unhappy brain for remembrance.
He takes out his tablets and writes.
Methinks this is a good scene, with you on your lonely watch, and I approaching like a ghost in the moonlight. Stare not so amazedly at me, but mark what I say. I keep tryst here to-night with a dark lady, She promised to bribe the warder. I gave her the wherewithal. 4 tickets to the Globe Theatre.
Plague on her. She gave me 2 only.
Detaching a tablet.
My friend, present this tablet, and you will be welcomed at any time when the plays of Will Shakespeare are in hand. Bring your wife, bring your friends, bring the whole garrison. There is ever plenty of room.
I care not for these new-fangled plays. No man can understand a word of them. They're all talk. Will you not give me a pass for the Spanish tragedy?
To see the Spanish tragedy one pays, my friend. Here are the means.
He gives him a piece of gold.
Gold? Oh, sir, you are a better paymaster than your dark lady.
Women are thrifty, my friend.
'Tis so, sir. And you have to consider that the most open-handed of us must e'en cheapen that which we buy every day. This lady has to make a present to ward and nigh every night of her life.
Turning pale.
I'll not believe it.
Now you, sir, I dare be sworn, do not have an adventure like this twice in the year.
Villain, wouldst tell me that my dark lady hath ever done thus before, that she maketh occasions to meet other men?
Now, the Lord bless your innocence, sir. Do you think you are the only pretty man in the world? Merry lady, sir, a warm bit of stuff. Go to, I'll not see her pass a deceit on a gentleman that hath given me the first piece of gold I ever handled.
Master Warder, is it not a strange thing that we, knowing that all women are false, should be amazed to find our own particular drab no better than the rest?
Not all, sir. Decent bodies, many of them.
No, all false. All. If thou deny it, thou liest.
You judge too much by the court, sir. There, indeed, you may say of frailty that its name is woman.
Pulling out his tablets again.
Prithee say that again. That about frailty, the strain of music.
What strain of music, sir? I'm no musician, God knows.
There is music in your soul. Many of your degree have it, very notably.
Writing.
Frailty, thy name is woman.
Repeating it affectionately.
Thy name is woman.
Well, sir, it is but 4 words. Are you a snapper-up of such unconsidered trifles?
Snapper-up of? Oh, immortal phrase!
He writes it down.
This man is a greater than I.
You have my Lord Pembroke's trick, sir.
Like enough. He is my near friend. But what call you his trick?
Making sonnets by moonlight. And to the same lady, too.
No!
Last night he stood here on your errand, and in your shoes.
Thou too, Brutus. And I called him friend.
'Tis ever so, sir.
'Tis ever so. 'Twas ever so.
He turns away, overcome.
2 gentlemen of Verona. Judas! Judas!
Is he as bad as that, sir?
Recovering his charity and self-possession.
Bad? Oh, no. Human, Master Warder, human. We call one another names when we are offended, as children do. That is all.
Ay, sir. Words, words, words. Mere wind, sir. We fill our bellies with the east wind, sir, as the scripture hath it. You cannot feed capon so.
A good cadence, by your leave.
He makes a note of it.
What manner of thing is a cadence, sir? I not heard of it.
A thing to rule the world with, friend.
You speak strangely, sir. No offence. But ain't like you. You are a very civil gentleman, and the poor man feels drawn to you, you being, as 'twere, willing to share your thought with him.
'Tis my trade. But alas, the world, for the most part, will none of my thoughts.
Lamplight streams from the palace door as it opens from within.
Ah, here comes your lady, sir. I'll to the other end of my ward. You may e'en take your time about your business. I shall not return too suddenly unless my sergeant comes prowling round. 'Tis a fell sergeant, sir, strict in his arrest. Go on, sir, good luck.
He goes.
Strict in his arrest. Fell sergeant.
As if tasting a ripe plum.
Ooh.
He makes a note of them. A cloaked lady gropes her way from the palace and wanders along the terrace, walking in her sleep, rubbing her hands as if washing them.
Out, damned spot! You will mar all with these cosmetics. God made you one face, and you make yourself another. Think of your grave, woman. not ever of being beautified. All the perfumes of Arabia will not whiten this Tudor hand.
All the perfumes of Arabia. Beautified, beautified, a poem in a single word. Can this be my Mary?
To the lady.
Why do you speak in a strange voice and utter poetry for the first time? Are you ailing? You walk like the dead. Mary, Mary!
Echoing him.
Mary? Mary? Who would have thought that woman to have had so much blood in her? Is it my fault that my counsellors put deeds of blood on me? Fie! If you were women, you would have had more wit than to stain the floor so foully. Hold not up her head so, the hair is false. I tell you yet again, Mary's buried, she cannot come out of her grave. I fear her not. These cats that dare jump into thrones, though they be fit only for men's laps, must be put away. What's done cannot be undone. Out, I say! Fie! A queen and freckled!
Shaking her arm.
Mary, I say, art asleep?
The lady wakes, starts, and nearly faints. He catches her on his arm.
Where am I? What art thou?
I cry your mercy. I have mistook your person all this while. Methought you were my Mary, my mistress.
Profane fellow! How do you dare?
Be not wroth with me, lady. My mistress is a marvellous proper woman, but she does not speak so well as you. All the perfumes of Arabia. That was well said, spoken with good accent and excellent discretion.
Have I been in speech with you here?
Why, yes, fair lady, have you forgot it?
I have walked in my sleep.
Walk ever in your sleep, fair one, for then your words drop like honey.
Know you to whom you speak, sir, that you dare express yourself so saucily?
Not I, not care neither. You are some lady of the court, belike. To me there are but two sorts of women, those with excellent voices, sweet and low, and cackling hens that cannot make me dream. Your voice has all manner of loveliness in it. Grudge me not a short hour of its music.
Sir, you are overbold. Season your admiration for a while with—
Holding up his hand to stop her.
Season your admiration for a while.
Fellow, do you dare mimic me to my face?
'Tis music. Can you not hear? When a good musician sings a song, do you not sing it and sing it again, till you have caught and fixed its perfect melody? Season your admiration for a while. God, the history of man's heart is in that one word, admiration. Admiration.
Taking up his tablets.
What was it? Suspend your admiration for a space?
A very vile jingle of S's. I said, season your—
Season, aye, season, season, season. Plague on my memory, my wretched memory. I must e'en write it down.
He begins to write, but stops, his memory failing him.
Yet tell me, which was the vile jingle? You said very justly. Mine own ear caught it even as my false tongue said it.
You said, for a space. I said, for a while.
For a while.
He corrects it.
Good. And now, be mine neither for a space nor a while, but forever.
Odds my life! Are you by chance making love to me, knave?
Nay, 'tis you who have made the love. I but pour it out at your feet. I cannot but love a lass that sets such store by an apt word. Therefore vouchsafe divine perfection of a woman— No, I have said that before somewhere. And the wordy garment of my love for you must be fire new.
You talk too much, sir. Let me warn you, I am more accustomed to be listened to than preached at.
The most are like that do talk well. But though you spake with the tongues of angels, as indeed you do, yet know that I am the king of words.
A king, huh?
No less. We are poor things, we men and women.
Do you dare call me woman?
What nobler name can I tender you? How else can I love you? Yet you may well shrink from the name. Have I not said we are but poor things? Yet there is a power that can redeem us.
Gramercy for your sermon, sir. I hope I know my duty.
This is no sermon, but the living truth. The power I speak of is the power of immortal poesy. For know, that vile as this world is, and worms as we are, you have but to invest all this vileness with a magical garment of words, to transfigure us and uplift our souls, till earth flowers into 1,000,000 heavens.
You spoil your heaven with your million. You are extravagant. Observe some measure in your speech.
You speak now as Ben does.
And who, pray, is Ben?
A learned bricklayer who thinks that the sky is at the top of his ladder, and so takes it on him to rebuke me for flying. I tell you, there is no word yet coined, and no melody yet sung, that is extravagant and majestical enough for the glory that lovely words can reveal. It is heresy to deny it. Have you not been taught that in the beginning was the Word, that the Word was with God, nay, that the Word was God?
Beware, fellow, how you presume to speak of holy things. The Queen is the head of the Church.
You are the head of my church, when you speak as you did at first. All the perfumes of Arabia. Can the Queen speak thus? They say she playeth well upon the virginals. Let her play so to me, and I'll kiss her hands. But until then, you are my Queen, and I'll kiss those lips that have dropped music on my heart.
He puts his arms about her.
Unmeasured impudence! On your life, take your hands from me.
The dark lady comes stooping along the terrace behind them like a running thrush. When she sees how they are employed, she rises angrily to her full height, and listens jealously, unaware of the dark lady.
Then cease to make my hands tremble with the streams of life you pour through them. You hold me as the lodestar holds the iron. I cannot but cling to you. We are lost, you and I. Nothing can separate us now.
We shall see that, false lying hound, you and your filthy trull.
With two vigorous cuffs she knocks the pair asunder, sending the man, who is unlucky enough to receive a right-handed blow, sprawling on the flags.
Take that, both of you.
In towering wrath, throwing off her cloak and turning in outraged majesty on her assailant.
High treason!
Recognizing her and falling on her knees in abject terror.
Will, I am lost. I have struck the Queen.
Sitting up majestically as his ignominious posture allows.
Woman, you have struck William Shakespeare.
Marry, come up. Struck William Shakespeare, quotha? And who in the name of all the sluts and jades and lighter-loves and fly-by-nights that infest this palace of mine may William Shakespeare be?
Madam, he is but a player. Oh, I could have my hand cut off.
Belike you will, mistress. Have you bethought you that I am like to have your head cut off as well?
Will, save me, oh, save me.
Save you? A likely saviour, on my royal word. I had thought this fellow at least an esquire, for I had hoped that even the vilest of my ladies would not have dishonoured my court by wantoning with a base-born servant.
Indignantly scrambling to his feet.
Base-born? I, a Shakespeare of Stratford? I, whose mother was an Arden? Base-born? You forget yourself, madam.
Sblood, do I so? I will teach you.
Rising from her knees and throwing herself between them.
Will, in God's name, anger her no further. It is death. Madam, do not listen to him.
Not were it e'en to save your life, Mary. Not to mention mine own, will I flatter a monarch who forgets what is due to my family. I deny not that my father was brought down to be a poor bankrupt, but 'twas his gentle blood that was ever too generous for trade. Never did he disown his debts. 'Tis true he paid them not, but it is an attested truth that he gave bills for them, and 'twas those bills in the hands of base hucksters that were his undoing.
The son of your father shall learn his place in the presence of the daughter of Harry the Eighth.
Swelling with intolerant importance.
Name not that inordinate man in the same breath with Stratford's worthiest alderman. John Shakespeare wedded but once. Harry Tudor was married 6 times. You should blush to utter his name.
Will, for pity's sake.
Insolent dog!
How know you that King Harry was indeed your father?
Oh, zounds, now, by...
She stops to grind her teeth with rage.
She will have me whipped through the streets. Oh, God! Oh, God!
Learn to know yourself better, madam. I am an honest gentleman of unquestioned parentage, and have already sent in my demand for the coat of arms that is lawfully mine. Can you say as much for yourself?
Almost beside herself.
Another word, and I begin with mine own hand the work the hangman shall finish.
You are no true Tudor. This baggage here has as good a right to your royal seat as you. What maintains you on the throne of England? Is it your renowned wit, your wisdom that sets at naught the craftiest statesman of the Christian world? No, 'tis the mere chance that might have happened to any milkmaid, the caprice of nature that made you the most wondrous piece of beauty the age hath seen.
Elizabeth's raised fists, on the point of striking him, fall to her side.
That is what hath brought all men to your feet, and founded your throne on the impregnable rock of your proud heart, a stony island in a sea of desire. There, madam, is some wholesome, blunt, honest speaking for you. Now do your worst.
Master Shakespeare, it is well for you that I am a merciful prince. I make allowance for your rustic ignorance. But remember that there are things which be true, and are yet not seemly to be said. I will not say to a queen, for you will have it that I am none, but to a virgin.
It is no fault of mine that you are a virgin, madam, albeit 'tis my misfortune.
In mercy, madam, hold no further discourse with him. He hath ever some lewd jest on his tongue. You hear how he useth me, calling me baggage and the like to your majesty's face.
As for you, mistress, I have yet to demand what your business is at this hour in this place, and how you come to be so concerned with a player that you strike blindly at your sovereign in your jealousy of him.
Madam, as I live and hope for salvation.
Ha!
I'm as like to be saved as thou, that believest naught save some black magic of words and verses. I say, madam, as I am a living woman, I came here to break with him for ever. Oh, madam, if you would know what misery is, listen to this man that is more than man and less at the same time. He will tie you down to anatomize your very soul. He will wring tears of blood from your humiliation, and then he will heal the wound with flatteries that no woman can resist.
Flatteries!
Kneeling.
Oh, madam, I put my case at your royal feet. I confess to much. I have a rude tongue. I am unmannerly. I blaspheme against the holiness of anointed royalty. But, oh, my royal mistress, am I a flatterer?
I absolve you as to that. You are far too plain a dealer to please me.
He rises gratefully.
Madam, he is flattering you even as he speaks.
A terrible flash in her eye.
Ha! Is it so?
Madam, she is jealous, and heaven help me, not without reason. Oh, you say you are a merciful prince, but that was cruel of you, that hiding of your royal dignity when you found me here. For how can I ever be content with this black-haired, black-eyed, black-avised devil again, now that I have looked upon real beauty and real majesty?
He hath swore to me 10 times over that the day shall come in England when black women, for all their foulness, shall be more thought on than fair ones.
To Shakespeare, scolding at him.
Deny it if thou canst. Oh, he is compact of lies and scorns. I am tired of being tossed up to heaven and dragged down to hell at every whim that takes him. I am ashamed to my very soul that I have abased myself to love one that my father would not have deemed fit to hold my stirrup, one that will talk to all the world about me, that will put my love and my shame into his plays and make me blush for myself there, that will write sonnets about me, that no man of gentle strain would put his hand to. I am all disordered. I know not what I am saying to your majesty. I am of all ladies most deject and wretched.
Ha! At last sorrow hath struck a note of music out of thee. Of all ladies most deject and wretched.
He makes a note of it.
Madam, I implore you give me leave to go. I am distracted with grief and shame.
Go.
The dark lady tries to kiss her hand.
No more. Go.
The dark lady goes, convulsed.
You have been cruel to that poor fond wretch, Master Shakespeare.
I am not cruel, madam, but you know the fable of Jupiter and Semele. I could not help my lightning scorching her.
You have an overweening conceit of yourself, sir, that displeases your queen.
Oh, madam, can I go about with the modest cough of a minor poet, belittling my inspiration, and making the mightiest wonder of your reign a thing of naught? I have said that not marble nor the gilded monuments of princes shall outlive the words with which I make the world glorious or foolish at my will. Besides, I would have you think me great enough to grant me a boon.
I hope it is a boon that may be asked of a virgin queen without offence, sir. I mistrust your forwardness, and I bid you remember that I do not suffer persons of your degree, if I may say so without offence to your father the alderman, to presume too far.
Oh, madam, I shall not forget myself again. Though, by my life, could I make you a serving wench, neither a queen nor a virgin should you be, for so much longer as a flash of lightning might take to cross the river to the bankside. But since you are a queen, and will none of me, nor of Philip of Spain, nor of any mortal man, I must e'en contain myself as best I may, and ask you only for a boon of state.
A boon of state already? You are becoming a courtier like the rest of them. You lack advancement.
Lack advancement. By your majesty's leave, a queenly phrase.
He is about to write it down, Elizabeth striking the tablets from his hand.
Your tables begin to anger me, sir. I am not here to write your plays for you.
You are here to inspire them, madam. For this, among the rest, were you ordained. But the boon I crave is that you do endow a great playhouse, or, if I may make bold to coin a scholarly name for it, a national theatre, for the better instruction and gracing of your majesty's subjects.
Why, sir, are there not theatres enow on the Bankside and in Blackfriars?
Madam, these are the adventures of needy and desperate men, that must, to save themselves from perishing of want, give the sillier sort of people what they best like. And what they best like, God knows, is not their own betterment and instruction, as we well see by the example of the churches, which must needs compel men to frequent them, though they be open to all without charge. Only when there is a matter of a murder or a plot, or a pretty youth in petticoats, or some naughty tale of wantonness, will your subjects pay the great cost of good players and their finery, with a little profit to boot. To prove this, I will tell you that I have written 2 noble and excellent plays, setting forth the advancement of women of high nature and fruitful industry, even as your majesty is, the one a skilful physician, the other a sister devoted to good works. I have also stole from a book of idle wanton tales 2 of the most damnable foolishnesses in the world, in the one of which a woman goeth in a man's attire, and maketh impudent love to her swain, who pleaseth the groundlings by overthrowing a wrestler, whilst in the other one of the same kidney showeth her wit by saying endless naughtinesses to a gentleman as lewd as herself. I have writ these to save my friends from penury, yet showing my scorn for such follies, and for them that praise them, by calling the one As You Like It, meaning that it is not as I like it, and the other Much Ado About Nothing, as it truly is. And now these 2 filthy pieces drive their nobler fellows from the stage, where indeed I cannot have my lady physician presented at all, she being too honest a woman for the taste of the town. Wherefore I humbly beg your majesty to give order that a theatre be endowed out of the public revenue, for the playing of those pieces of mine which no merchant will touch, seeing that his gain is so much greater with the worse than with the better. Thereby you shall also encourage other men to undertake the writing of plays, who do now despise it, and leave it wholly to those whose counsels will work little good to your realm. For this writing of plays is a great matter, forming as it does the minds and affections of men in such sort, that whatsoever they see done in show on the stage, they will presently be doing in earnest in the world, which is but a larger stage. Of late, as you know, the church taught people by means of plays, but the people flocked only to such as were full of superstitious miracles and bloody martyrdoms. And so the church, which also was just then brought into straits by the policy of your royal father, did abandon and discountenance the art of playing, and thus it fell into the hands of poor players and greedy merchants, that had their pockets to look to, and not the greatness of this your kingdom. Therefore now must your majesty take up that good work that your church hath abandoned, and restore the art of playing to its former use and dignity.
Master Shakespeare, I will speak of this matter to the Lord Treasurer.
Then I am undone, madam, for there was never yet a Lord Treasurer that could find a penny for anything over and above the necessary expenses of your government, save for a war or a salary for his own nephew.
Master Shakespeare, you speak sooth, yet I cannot in any wise mend it. I dare not offend my unruly Puritans by making so lewd a place as the playhouse a public charge, and there be 1,000 things to be done in this London of mine before your poetry can have its penny from the general purse. I tell thee, Master Will, it will be 300 years and more before my subjects learn that man cannot live by bread alone, but by every word that cometh from the mouth of those whom God inspires. By that time you and I will be dust beneath the feet of the horses, if indeed there be any horses then, and men be still riding instead of flying. Now it may be that by then your works will be dust also.
They will stand, madam. Fear nor for that.
It may prove so. But of this I am certain, for I know my countrymen, that until every other country in the Christian world, even to barbarian Muscovy and the hamlets of the boorish Germans, have its playhouse at the public charge, England will never adventure. And she will adventure then only because it is her desire to be ever in the fashion, and to do humbly and dutifully whatso she sees everybody else doing. In the meantime, you must content yourself as best you can by the playing of those 2 pieces which you give out as the most damnable ever writ, but which your countrymen, I warn you, will swear are the best you have ever done. But this I will say, that if I could speak across the ages to our descendants, I should heartily recommend them to fulfil your wish. For the Scottish minstrel hath well said that he that maketh the songs of a nation is mightier than he that maketh its laws, and the same may well be true of plays and interludes.
The clock chimes the first quarter. The warder returns on his round.
And now, sir, we are upon the hour when it best beseems a virgin queen to be abed than to converse alone with the naughtiest of her subjects. Ho there! Who keeps ward on the queen's lodgings to-night?
I do, an't please your majesty.
See that you keep it better in future. You have let pass a most dangerous gallant even to the very door of our royal chamber. Lead him forth, and bring me word when he is safely locked out, for I shall scarce dare disrobe until the palace gates are between us.
Kissing her hand.
My body goes through the gate into the darkness, madam, but my thoughts follow you.
How? To my bed?
No, madam, to your prayers, in which I beg you to remember my theatre.
That is my prayer to posterity. Forget not your own to God. And so good night, Master Will.
Good night, great Elizabeth. God save the Queen.
Amen.
Exeunt severally, she to her chamber, he, in custody of the warder, to the gate nearest Blackfriars. End of The Dark Lady of the Sonnets, by George Bernard Shaw.
The First and the Last, by John Galsworthy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The First and the Last, a drama in 3 scenes, by John Galsworthy. Persons of the play:
Keith Darrant, Q.C. Read by Algie Pug.
Larry Darrant, his brother, read by M.B.
Wanda, read by Dana Meilinger.
Narrated by Elizabeth Klett. Scene 1. It is 6 o'clock of a November evening, in Keith Darrant's study, a large dark-curtained room where the light from a single reading-lamp falling on Turkey carpet, on books beside a large arm-chair, on the deep blue-and-gold coffee-service, makes a sort of oasis before a log fire. In red Turkish slippers and an old brown velvet coat, Keith Darrant sits asleep. He has a dark, clean-cut, clean-shaven face, dark grizzling hair, dark twisting eyebrows. The curtained door away out in the dim part of the room behind him is opened so softly that he does not wake. Larry Darrant enters, and stands half lost in the curtain over the door. A thin figure, with a worn, high cheek-boned face, deep-sunk blue eyes, and wavy hair all ruffled, a face which still has a certain beauty. He moves inwards along the wall, stands still again, and utters a gasping sigh. Keith stirs in his chair.
Who's there?
Only I, Larry.
Come in. I was asleep.
He does not turn his head, staring sleepily at the fire. The sound of Larry's breathing can be heard. Turning his head a little.
Well, Larry, what is it?
Larry comes skirting along the wall, as if craving its support, outside the radius of the light.
Are you ill?
Larry stands still again and heaves a deep sigh. Keith, rising with his back to the fire and staring at his brother.
What is it, man?
Then, with a brutality born of nerves suddenly ruffled.
Have you committed a murder, that you stand there like a fish?
Yes, Keith.
By Jove! Drunk again.
In a voice changed by sudden apprehension.
What do you mean by coming here in this state? I told you, if you weren't my brother. Come here, where I can see you. What's the matter with you, Larry?
With a lurch, Larry leaves the shelter of the wall and sinks into a chair in the circle of light.
It's true.
Keith steps quickly forward and stares down into his brother's eyes, where is a horrified wonder, as if they would never again get on terms with his face.
What in God's name is this nonsense?
He goes quickly over to the door and draws the curtain aside, to see that it is shut, then comes back to Larry, who is huddling over the fire.
Come, Larry, pull yourself together and drop exaggeration. What on earth do you mean?
It's true, I tell you, I've killed a man.
Be quiet.
Larry lifts his hands and wrings them, utterly taken aback.
Why come here and tell me this?
Well, whom should I tell, Keith? I came to ask what I should do, give myself up, what?
When? What?
Last night.
Good God! How? Where? You'd better tell me quietly from the beginning. Here, drink this coffee. It'll clear your head.
He pours out and hands him a cup of coffee. Larry drinks it off.
My head. Yes. Well, it's like this, Keith. There's a girl.
Women. Always women with you. Well?
A Polish girl. She Her father died over there when she was 16 and left her all alone. There was a mongrel living in the same house who married her, or pretended to. She's very pretty, Keith. He left her with a baby coming. She lost it and nearly starved. Then another fellow took her on, and she lived with him 2 years, till that brute turned up again and made her go back to him. He used to beat her black and blue. He left her again when I met her. She was taking anybody then.
He stops, passes his hand over his lips, looks up at Keith, and goes on defiantly.
I never met a sweeter woman or a truer. That I swear. Woman, she's only 20 now. Well, when I went to her last night, that devil had found her out again. He came for me. A bullying, great, hulking brute. Look.
He touches a dark mark on his forehead.
I took his ugly throat, and when I let go...
He stops, and his hands drop.
Yes?
Dead, Keith. I never knew till afterwards that she was holding on to him to help me.
Again he wrings his hands.
What did you do then?
We sat by it a long time.
Well?
Then I carried it on my back down the street, round the corner, to an archway.
How far?
About 50 yards.
Did anyone see?
No.
What time?
3 in the morning.
And then?
Went back to her.
Why, in heaven's name?
Well, she was lonely and afraid. So was I, Keith.
Where is this place?
42 Borough Square, Soho.
And the archway?
Corner of Glove Lane.
Good God! Why, I saw it in the paper this morning. They were talking of it in the courts.
He snatches the evening paper from his armchair and runs it over and reads.
Here it is again. Body of a man found this morning under an archway in Glove Lane. From marks about the throat, grave suspicion of foul play are entertained. The body had apparently been robbed. My God!
Suddenly he turns.
You saw this in the paper and dreamt it. Do you understand, Larry? You dreamt it.
Oh, if only I had, Keith.
Keith makes a movement of his hands almost like his brother's.
Did you take anything from the body?
Drawing an envelope from his pocket.
Well, this dropped out while we were struggling.
Keith, snatching it and reading.
Patrick Whelan? Was that his name? Simon's Hotel, Farrier Street, London.
Stooping, he puts it in the fire.
No, that makes me...
He bends to pluck it out, stays his hand, and stamps it suddenly further in with his foot.
What in God's name made you come here and tell me? Don't you know I'm within an ace of a judgeship?
Yes, you must know what I ought to do. I didn't mean to kill him, Keith. I love the girl. I love her. What shall I do?
Love.
Love. That swinish brute. 1,000,000 creatures die every day, and not one of them deserves death as he did. But I feel it here.
Touching his heart.
Such an awful clutch, Keith. Help me if you can, old man. I may be no good, but I'd never hurt a fly if I could help it.
He buries his face in his hands.
Steady, Larry. Let's think it out. You weren't seen, you say?
It's a dark place, and dead night.
When did you leave the girl again?
About 7.
Where did you go?
To my rooms.
To Fitzroy Street?
Yes.
What have you done since?
Sat there, thinking.
Not been out?
No.
Not seen the girl?
Larry shakes his head.
Will she give you away?
Never.
Or herself hysteria?
No.
Who knows of your relations with her?
No one.
No one?
Well, I don't know who should, Keith.
Did anyone see you go in last night when you first went to her?
No, she lives on the ground floor. I've got keys.
Give them to me.
Larry takes 2 keys from his pocket and hands them to his brother. Larry, rising.
I can't be cut off from her.
What? A girl like that?
Yes, a girl like that.
Moving his hand to put down old emotion.
What else have you that connects you with her?
Nothing.
In your rooms?
Larry shakes his head.
Photographs? Letters?
No.
Sure?
Nothing.
No one saw you going back to her?
Larry shakes his head.
Nor leave in the morning? You can't be certain.
I am.
You were fortunate. Sit down again, man. I must think.
He turns to the fire and leans his elbows on the mantelpiece and his head in his hands. Larry sits down again obediently.
It's all too unlikely. It's monstrous.
Yes.
This Whalen, was it his first appearance after an absence?
Yes.
How did he find out where she was?
I don't know.
How drunk were you?
I was not drunk.
How much had you drunk then?
A little claret. Nothing.
You say you didn't mean to kill him?
Oh, God knows.
That's something.
He hit me.
He holds up his hands.
I didn't know I was so strong.
She was hanging on to him, you say. That's ugly.
She was scared for me.
Do you mean she loves you?
Yes, Keith.
Can a woman like that love?
By God, you are a stony devil. Why not?
I'm trying to get at truth. If you want me to help, I must know everything. What makes you think she's fond of you?
Oh, you lawyer! Were you never in a woman's arms?
I'm talking of love.
So am I tell you, she's devoted. Did you ever pick up a lost dog? Well, she has the lost dog's love for me. And I for her. We picked each other up. I've never felt for another woman what I feel for her. She's been the saving of me.
Keith, with a shrug.
What made you choose that archway?
It was the first dark place.
Did his face look as if he'd been strangled?
Don't!
Did it?
Larry bows his head.
Very disfigured?
Yes.
Did you look to see if his clothes were marked?
No.
Why not?
I'm not made of iron like you. Why not, if you had done it?
Keith, holding up his hand.
You say he was disfigured. Would he be recognizable?
I don't know.
When she lived with him last, where was that?
In Pimlico, I think.
Not Soho?
Larry shakes his head.
How long has she been at this Soho place?
Nearly a year.
Living this life?
Until she met me.
Till she met you? And you believe?
Larry, starting up.
Keith?
Keith, again raising his hand.
Always in the same rooms?
Yes.
What was he? A professional bully?
Larry nods.
Spending most of his time abroad, I suppose.
I think so.
Can you say if he was known to the police?
Well, I've never heard.
Keith turns away and walks up and down. Then, stopping at Larry's chair, he speaks.
Now listen, Larry. When you leave here, go straight home, and stay there till I give you leave to go out again. Promise.
I promise.
Is your promise worth anything?
Unstable as water, he shall not excel.
Exactly. But if I am to help you, you must do as I say. I must have time to think this out. Have you got money?
Very little.
Half-quarter day. Yes, your quarter's always spent by then. If you're to get away... Never mind, I can manage the money.
You're very good, Keith. You've always been very good to me. I don't know why.
Privilege of a brother. As it happens, I'm thinking of myself and our family. You can't indulge yourself in killing without bringing ruin. My God! I suppose you realize that you've made me an accessory after the fact. Me, King's Counsel, sworn to the service of the law, who, in a year or two, will have the trying of cases like yours. By heaven, Larry, you've surpassed yourself.
Larry, bringing out a little box.
I'd better have done with it.
You fool! Give that to me.
Larry, with a strange smile.
No.
He holds up a tabloid between finger and thumb.
White magic, Keith. Just one, and they may do what they like to you, and you won't know it. Snap your fingers at all the tortures. It's a great comfort. Have one to keep by you.
Come, Larry, hand it over.
Larry, replacing the box.
Not quite. You've never killed a man, you see. Do you remember that hammer when we were boys, and you riled me? Up in the long room. I had luck then. I had luck in Naples once. I nearly killed a driver for beating his poor brute of a horse. But now, my God!
He covers his face. Keith, touched, goes up and lays a hand on his shoulder.
Come, Larry. Courage.
Larry looks up at him.
All right, Keith. I'll try.
Don't go out. Don't drink. Don't talk. Pull yourself together.
Larry, moving towards the door.
Don't keep me longer than you can help, Keith.
No, no. Courage.
Larry reaches the door, turns as if to say something, finds no words, and goes. To the fire.
Courage? My God! I shall need it.
Curtain. Scene 2. About 11 o'clock the following night, in Wanda's room on the ground floor in Soho. In the light from one close-shaded electric bulb, the room is but dimly visible. A dying fire burns on the left. A curtained window in the centre of the back wall. A door on the right. The furniture is plush-covered and commonplace, with a kind of shabby smartness. A couch without back or arms stands aslant between window and fire. On this Wanda is sitting, her knees drawn up under her, staring at the embers. She has on only her nightgown and a wrapper over it. Her bare feet are thrust into slippers. Her hands are crossed and pressed over her breast. She starts and looks up, listening. Her eyes are candid and startled, her face alabaster pale, and its pale brown hair, short and square cut, curls towards her bare neck. The startled dark eyes and the faint rose of her lips are like colour staining on a white mask. Footsteps as of a policeman, very measured, pass on the pavement outside and die away. She gets up and steals to the window, draws one curtain aside so that a chink of the night is seen. She opens the curtain wider, till the shape of a bare witch-like tree becomes visible in the open space of the little square on the far side of the road. The footsteps are heard once more coming nearer. Wanda closes the curtains and cranes back. They pass and die again. She moves away and looking down at the floor between door and couch, as though seeing something there, shudders, covers her eyes, goes back to the couch and down again just as before, to stare at the embers. Again she is startled by noise of the outer door being opened. She springs up, runs and turns the light by a switch close to the door. By the glimmer of the fire she can just be seen standing by the dark window curtains, listening. There comes the sound of subdued knocking on her door. She stands in breathless terror. The knocking is repeated. The sound of a latch-key in the door is heard. Her terror leaves her. The door opens. A man enters in a dark fur overcoat.
Oh, it's you, Larry. Why did you knock? I was so frightened. Come in.
She crosses quickly and flings her arms round his neck. Recoiling, in a terror-stricken whisper.
Oh, who is it?
A friend of Larry's. Don't be frightened.
She has recoiled again to the window, and when he finds the switch and turns the light up, she is seen standing there holding her dark wrapper up to her throat, so that her face has an uncanny look of being detached from the body.
You needn't be afraid. I haven't come to do you harm. Quite the contrary.
Holding up the keys.
Larry wouldn't have given me these, would he, if he hadn't trusted me?
Wanda does not move, staring like a spirit startled out of the flesh. After looking round him.
I'm sorry to have startled you.
Who are you, please?
Larry's brother.
Wanda, with a sigh of utter relief, steals forward to the couch and sinks down. Keith goes up to her.
He told me.
Wanda, clasping her hands round her knees.
Yes?
An awful business.
Yes. Oh, yes, awful. It is awful.
Keith, staring round him again.
In this room?
Just where you are standing. I see him now, always falling.
Keith, moved by the gentle despair in her voice.
You look very young. What's your name?
Wanda.
Are you fond of Larry?
I would die for him.
I've come to see what you can do to save him.
You would not deceive me. You are really his brother?
I swear it.
Wanda, clasping her hands.
If I can save him. Won't you sit down?
Keith, drawing up a chair and sitting.
This man, your husband, before he came here the night before last, how long since you saw him?
18 months.
Does anyone about here know you are his wife?
No, I came here to live a bad life. Nobody know me. I am quite alone.
They've discovered who he was. You know that?
No, I have not dared to go out.
Well, they have, and they'll look for anyone connected with him, of course.
He never let people think I was married to him. I don't know if I was, really. We went to an office and signed our names. But he was a wicked man. He treated many, I think, like me.
Did my brother ever see him before?
Never. And that man first went for him.
Yes, I saw the mark. Have you a servant?
No. A woman come at 9 o'clock in the morning for an hour.
Does she know Larry?
No, he is always gone.
Friends? Acquaintances?
No, I am very quiet. Since I know your brother, I see no one, sire.
Do you mean that?
Oh, yes, I love him. Nobody come here but him for a long time now.
How long?
5 months.
So you have not been out since...
Wanda shakes her head.
What have you been doing?
Crying.
Pressing her hands to her breast.
He is in danger because of me. I am so afraid for him.
Keith, checking her emotion.
Look at me.
She looks at him.
If the worst comes, and this man is traced to you, can you trust yourself not to give Larry away?
Wanda, rising and pointing to the fire.
Look, I have burnt all the things he have given me, even his picture. Now I have nothing from him.
Keith, who has risen too.
Good. One more question. Do the police know you because of your life?
She looks at him intently and shakes her head.
You know where Larry lives?
Yes.
You mustn't go there, and he mustn't come to you.
She bows her head, then suddenly comes close to him.
Please do not take him from me altogether. I will be so careful. I will not do anything to hurt him. But if I cannot see him sometimes, I shall die. Please do not take him from me.
She catches his hand and presses it desperately between her own.
Leave that to me. I'm going to do all I can.
Wanda, looking up into his face.
But you will be kind.
Suddenly she bends and kisses his hand. Keith draws his hand away, and she recoils a little humbly, looking up at him again. Suddenly she stands rigid, listening.
Listen, someone, out there.
She darts past him and turns out the light. There is a knock on the door. They are now close together between door and window.
Oh, who is it?
You said no one comes but Larry.
Yes, and you have his keys. Oh, if it is Larry, I must open.
Keith shrinks back against the wall. Wanda goes to the door. Opening the door an inch.
Yes? Please? Who?
A thin streak of light from a bull's-eye lantern outside plays over the wall. A policeman's voice says, "All right, miss. Your outer door's open. You ought to keep it shut after dark, you know."
Thank you, Eyre.
The sound of retreating footsteps, of the outer door closing. Wanda shuts the door.
A policeman.
Keith, moving from the wall.
Curse! I must have left that door.
Suddenly turning up the light.
You told me they didn't know you.
I did not think they did, sir. It is so long I was not out in the town, not since I had Larry.
Keith gives her an intent look, then crosses to the fire. He stands there a moment looking down, then turns to the girl, who has crept back to the couch. Keith, half to himself.
After your life, who can believe? Look here, you drifted together and you'll drift apart, you know. Better for him to get away and make a clean cut of it.
Oh, sir, may I not love because I have been bad? I was only 16 when that man spoiled me. If I knew—
I'm thinking of Larry. With you his danger is much greater. There's a good chance, as things are going, you may wreck it. And for what? Just a few months more of, well, you know.
Wanda, standing at the head of the couch and touching her eyes with her hands.
Oh, sir, look, it is true. He is my life. Don't take him away from me.
Keith, moved and restless.
You must know what Larry is. He'll never stick to you.
He will, sir.
The last man on earth to stick to anything. But for the sake of a whim he'll risk his life and the honour of all his family. I know him.
No, no, you do not. It is I who know him.
Now. At any moment they may find out your connection with that man. So long as Larry goes on with you, he's tied to this murder. Don't you see?
Wanda, coming close to him.
But he loved me. Oh, sir, he loved me.
Larry has loved dozens of women.
Yes, but—
Her face quivers.
Don't cry. If I give you money, will you disappear for his sake?
It will be in the water, then. There will be no cruel man there.
Ah, first Larry, then you. Come now, it's better for you both. A few months, and you'll forget you ever met.
Wanda, looking wildly up.
I will go if Larry say I must, but not to live. No. I could not, sir.
Keith, moved, is silent.
I could not live without Larry. What is left for a girl like me when she wants love? It is finished.
I don't want you to go back to that life.
No, you do not care what I do. Why should you? I tell you I will go if Larry say I must.
That's not enough. You know that. You must take it out of his hands. He will never give up his present for the sake of his future. If you're as fond of him as you say, you'll help to save him.
Yes, oh yes, but do not keep him long from me, I beg.
She sinks to the floor and clasps his knees.
Well, get up.
There is a tap on the window-pane.
Listen.
A faint, peculiar whistle. Wanda, springing up.
Larry! Oh, thank God!
She runs to the door, opens it, and goes out to bring him in. Keith stands waiting, facing the open doorway. Larry, entering with Wanda just behind him.
Keith!
So much for your promise not to go out.
I've been waiting in for you all day. I couldn't stand it any longer.
Exactly.
Well, what's the sentence, brother? Transportation for life, and then to be fined £40?
So you can joke, can you?
I must.
A boat leaves for the Argentine the day after tomorrow. You must go by it.
Larry, putting his arms round Wanda, who is standing motionless with her eyes fixed on him.
Together, Keith.
You can't go together. I'll send her by the next boat.
Swear?
Yes. You're lucky they're on a false scent.
What?
You haven't seen it?
I've seen nothing, not even a paper.
They've taken up a vagabond who robbed the body. He pawned a snake-shaped ring, and they identified this Wayland by it. I've been down and seen him charged myself.
With murder?
Larry.
He's in no danger. They always get the wrong man first. It'll do him no harm to be locked up a bit. Hyena like that. Better in prison anyway than sleeping out under archways in this weather.
What was he like, Keith?
A little yellow, ragged, lame, unshaven scarecrow of a chap. They were fools to think he could have had the strength.
What? Why, I saw him after I left you last night.
You? Where?
By the archway.
You went back there?
It draws you, Keith.
You're mad, I think.
I talked to him, and he said, "Thank you for this little chat. It's worth more than money when you're down." Little grey man like a shaggy animal. And a newspaper boy came up and said, "That's right, governess. Here's where they found the body, very spot. They ain't got him yet."
He laughs, and the terrified girl presses herself against him.
An innocent man.
He's in no danger, I tell you. He could never have strangled. Why, he hadn't the strength of a kitten. Now, Larry, I'll take your berth tomorrow. Here's money.
He brings out a pile of notes and puts them on the couch.
You can make a new life of it out there together presently, in the sun.
In the sun? A cup of wine and thou? Oh, how can I, Keith? I must see how it goes with that poor devil.
Bosh! Dismiss it from your mind. There's not nearly enough evidence.
Not?
No. You've got your chance. Take it like a man.
Larry, with a strange smile, to the girl.
Shall we wander?
Oh, Larry.
Larry, picking up the notes from the couch.
Take them back, Keith.
What? I tell you no jury would convict, and if they did, no judge would hang. A ghoul who can rob a dead body ought to be in prison. He did worse than you.
I won't do it, Keith. I must see it out.
Don't be a fool.
I've still got some kind of honour. If I clear out before I know, I shall have none, nor peace. Take them, Keith, or I'll put them in the fire.
Keith, taking back the notes.
I suppose I may ask you not to be entirely oblivious of our name? Or is that unworthy of your honour?
Larry, hanging his head.
I'm awfully sorry, Keith. I'm awfully sorry, old man.
You owe it to me, to our name, to our dead mother, to do nothing anyway till we see what happens.
I know. I'll do nothing without you, Keith.
Keith, taking up his hat.
Can I trust you?
He stares hard at his brother.
You can trust me.
Swear?
I swear.
Remember nothing. Good night.
Good night.
Keith goes. Larry sits down on the couch and stares at the fire. The girl steals up and slips her arms about him.
An innocent man.
Oh, Larry, but so are you. What did we want? To kill that man? Never. Oh, kiss me.
Larry turns his face. She kisses his lips.
I have suffered so, not seeing you. Don't leave me again, don't. Stay here. Isn't it good to be together? Oh, poor Larry, how tired you look. Stay with me. I am so frightened all alone. So frightened they will take you from me.
Poor child.
No, no, don't look like that.
You're shivering.
I will make up the fire. Love me, Larry. I want to forget.
The poorest little wretch on God's earth. Locked up for me. A little wild animal locked up. There he goes, up and down in his cage. Don't you see him? Looking for a place to gnaw his way through. Little grey rat.
He gets up and roams about.
No, no, I can't bear it. Don't frighten me more.
He comes back and takes her in his arms.
There.
He kisses her closed eyes. Wanda, without moving.
If we could sleep a little, wouldn't it be nice?
Sleep?
Raising herself.
Promise to stay with me. To stay here for good, Larry. I will cook for you. I will make you so comfortable. They will find him innocent. And then, oh, Larry, in the sun right away, far from this horrible country. How lovely.
Trying to get him to look at her.
Larry.
Larry, with a movement to free himself.
To the edge of the world, and over.
No, 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 no. You don't want me to die, Larry, do you? I shall if you leave me. Let us be happy. Love me.
Ah, let's be happy and shut out the sight of him. Who cares? Millions suffer for no mortal reason. Let's be strong like Keith. No, I won't leave you, Wanda. Let's forget everything except ourselves. There he goes. Up and down.
No, no. See, I will pray to the Virgin. She will pity us.
She falls on her knees and clasps her hands, praying. Her lips move. Larry stands motionless with arms crossed, and on his face are yearning and mockery, love and despair.
Pray for us. Bravo! Pray away.
Suddenly the girl stretches out her arms and lifts her face with a look of ecstasy.
What?
She is smiling. We shall be happy soon.
Larry, bending down over her.
Poor child. When we die, Wanda, let's go together. We should keep each other warm out in the dark.
Wanda, raising her hands to his face.
Yes, oh yes. If you die, I could not. I could not go on living.
Curtain. Scene 3. 2 months later. Wanda's room. Daylight is just beginning to fail of a January afternoon. The table is laid for supper, with decanters of wine. Wanda is standing at the window looking out at the wintry trees of the square beyond the pavement. A newspaper boy's voice is heard coming nearer.
Piper! Glove-line murder! Trial and verdict! Verdict! Piper!
Wanda throws up the window as if to call to him, checks herself, closes it, and runs to the door. She opens it, but recoils into the room. Keith is standing there. He comes in.
Where's Larry?
He went to the trial. I could not keep him from it. The trial. Oh, what has happened, sir?
Guilty. Sentence of death. Fools! Idiots!
Of death?
For a moment she seems about to swoon.
Girl, girl, it may all depend on you. Larry still living here?
Yes.
I must wait for him.
Will you sit down, please?
Keith, shaking his head.
Are you ready to go away at any time?
Yes, yes, always I am ready.
And he?
Yes, but now, what will he do? That poor man.
A graveyard thief, a ghoul.
Perhaps he was hungry. I have been hungry. You do things, Dan, that you would not. Larry has thought of him in prison so much all these weeks. Oh, what shall we do now?
Listen, help me. Don't let Larry out of your sight. I must see how things go. They'll never hang this wretch.
He grips her arms.
Now we must stop Larry from giving himself up. He's fool enough. Do you understand?
Yes, but why has he not come in? Oh, if he have already.
Keith, letting go her arms.
My God! If the police come, find me here.
He moves to the door.
No, he wouldn't without seeing you first. He's sure to come. Watch him like a lynx. Don't let him go without you.
Wanda, clasping her hands on her breast.
I will try, sir.
Listen.
A key is heard in the lock.
It's he.
Larry enters. He is holding a great bunch of pink lilies and white narcissus. His face tells nothing. Keith looks from him to the girl who stands motionless.
Keith! So you've seen.
The thing can't stand. I'll stop it somehow. But you must give me time, laddie.
Still looking after your honour, Keith?
Think my reasons what you like.
Larry.
Larry puts his arms round her.
Sorry, old man.
This man can and shall get off. I want your solemn promise that you won't give yourself up. nor even go out till I've seen you again.
I give it.
Keith, looking from one to the other.
By the memory of our mother, swear that.
With a smile.
I swear.
I have your oath, both of you. Both of you. I'm going at once to see what can be done.
Good luck, brother.
Keith goes out. Wanda putting her hands on Larry's breast.
What does it mean?
Supper, child. I've had nothing all day. Put these lilies in water.
She takes the lilies and obediently puts them into a vase. Larry pours wine into a deep-colored glass and drinks it off.
We've had a good time, Wanda. Best time I ever had these last 2 months. And, nothing but the bill to pay.
Wanda clasping him desperately.
Oh, Larry, Larry!
Larry holding her away to look at her.
Take off those things and put on a bridal garment.
Promise me. Wherever you go, I go too. Promise. Larry, you think I haven't seen all these weeks, but I have seen everything. All in your heart, always. You cannot hide from me. I knew, I knew. Oh, if we might go away into the sun. Oh, Larry, couldn't we?
She searches his eyes with hers, then shuddering.
Well, if it must be the dark, I don't care. I don't care if I may go in your arms. In prison we could not be together. I am ready. Only love me first. Don't let me cry before I go. Oh, Larry, will there be much pain?
No pain, my pretty.
It is a pity.
Well, if you had seen him as I have, all day being tortured. Wanda, we shall be out of it. We shall be free in the dark. Free of their cursed inhumanities. I hate this world. I loathe it. I hate its God-forsaken savagery. Its pride and smugness. Keith's world. All righteous willpower and success. We had no good here, you and I. We were cast out at birth. Soft, willless, better dead. No fear, Keith. I'm staying indoors.
He pours wine into 2 glasses.
Drink it up.
Obediently Wanda drinks, and he also.
Now go and make yourself beautiful.
Wanda seizing him in her arms.
Oh, Larry.
Larry touching her face and hair.
Hanged by the neck until he's dead. For what I did.
Wanda takes a long look at his face, slips her arms from him, and goes out through the curtains below the fireplace. Larry feels in his pocket, brings out the little box, opens it, fingers the white tabloids.
2 each, after food.
He laughs and puts back the box. The sound of a piano playing a faint festive tune is heard afar off. He mutters, staring at the fire.
Oh, my girl.
Flames flame, and flicker ashes.
No more, no more, the moon is dead and all the people in it.
He sits on the couch with a piece of paper on his knees, adding a few words with a stylo pen to what is already written. The girl in a silk wrapper coming back through the curtains watches him. Larry, looking up.
It's all here. I've confessed.
Reading.
Please bury us together. Lawrence Tarrant, January 28th, about 6 p.m. They'll find us in the morning. Come and have supper, my dear love.
The girl creeps forward. He rises, puts his arm round her, and with her arm twined round him, smiling into each other's faces, they go to the table and sit down. The curtain falls for a few seconds to indicate the passage of 3 hours. When it rises again, the lovers are lying on the couch in each other's arms, the lilies stream about them. The girl's bare arm is round Larry's neck. Her eyes are closed, his are open and sightless. There is no light but firelight. A knocking on the door and the sound of a key turned in the lock. Keith enters. He stands a moment bewildered by the half-light, then calls sharply, "Larry," and turns up the light. Seeing the forms on the couch, he recoils a moment. Then, glancing at the table and empty decanters, goes up to the couch.
Asleep. Drunk. Ugh.
Suddenly he bends, touches Larry, and springs back.
What?
He bends again, shakes him, and calls.
Larry? Larry!
Then, motionless, he stares down at his brother's open, sightless eyes. Suddenly he wets his finger and holds it to the girl's lips, then to Larry's. He bends and listens at their hearts, catches sight of the little box lying between them, and takes it up.
My God!
Then, raising himself, he closes his brother's eyes, and as he does so catches sight of a paper pinned to the couch, detaches it, and reads:
I, Lawrence Tarrant, about to die by my own hand, confess that I...
He reads on silently in horror, finishes, letting the paper drop, and recoils from the couch onto a chair at the dishevelled supper table. Aghast, he sits there. Suddenly he mutters:
If I leave that there, my name, my whole future...
He springs up, takes up the paper again, and again reads.
My God! It's ruin!
He makes as if to tear it across, stops, and looks down at those two. Covers his eyes with his hand, drops the paper, and rushes to the door. But he stops there and comes back, magnetized, as it were, by that paper. He takes it up once more and thrusts it into his pocket. The footsteps of a policeman pass, slow and regular, outside. His face crisps and quivers. He stands listening till they die away. Then he snatches the paper from his pocket and goes past the foot of the couch to the fire.
Oh my... No, let him hang.
He thrusts the paper into the fire, stamps it down with his foot, watches it writhe and blacken. Then, suddenly clutching his head, he turns to the bodies on the couch. Panting, and like a man demented, he recoils past the head of the couch, and rushing to the window, draws the curtains and throws the window up for air. Out in the darkness rises the witch-like skeleton tree, where a dark shape seems hanging. Keith starts back.
What's that? What?
He shuts the window and draws the dark curtains across it again.
Fool! Nothing.
Clenching his fists, he draws himself up, steadying himself with all his might. Then slowly he moves to the door, stands a second like a carved figure, his face hard as stone. Deliberately he turns out the light, opens the door, and goes. The still bodies lie there before the fire, which is licking at the last blackened wafer. Curtain. End of the first and the last, by John Galsworthy.
How He Lied to Her Husband, by George Bernard Shaw. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How He Lied to Her Husband, by George Bernard Shaw.
He, read by M.B.
She, read by Diana Meilinger.
Her Husband, read by Bob Gonzalez.
Narrated by Ariel Lipshaw. It is 8 o'clock in the evening. The curtains are drawn and the lamps lighted in the drawing-room of her flat in Cromwell Road. Her lover, a beautiful youth of 18, in evening dress and cape, with a bunch of flowers and an opera hat in his hands, comes in alone. The door is near the corner, and as he appears in the doorway he has the fireplace on the nearest wall to his right, and the grand piano along the opposite wall to his left. Near the fireplace a small ornamental table has on it a hand mirror, a fan, a pair of long white gloves, and a little white woolen cloud to wrap a woman's head in. On the other side of the room, near the piano, is a broad, square, softly upholstered stool. The room is furnished in the most approved South Kensington fashion. That is, it is as like a showroom as possible, and is intended to demonstrate the racial position and spending powers of its owners, and not in the least to make them comfortable. He is, be it repeated, a very beautiful youth, moving as in a dream, walking as on air. He puts his flowers down carefully on the table beside the fan, takes off his cape, and, as there is no room on the table for it, takes it to the piano, puts his hat on the cape, crosses to the hearth, looks at his watch, puts it up again, notices the things on the table, lights up as if he saw heaven opening before him, goes to the table and takes the cloud in both hands, nestling his nose into its softness and kissing it, kisses the gloves one after another, kisses the fan, gasps a long shuddering sigh of ecstasy, sits down on the stool and presses his hands to his eyes to shut out reality and dream a little, takes his hands down and shakes his head with a little smile of rebuke for his folly, catches sight of a speck of dust on his shoes, and hastily and carefully brushes it off with his handkerchief, rises and takes the hand mirror from the table to make sure of his tie with the gravest anxiety, and is looking at his watch again when she comes in, much flustered. As she is dressed for the theatre, has spoilt petted ways, and wears many diamonds, she has an air of being a young and beautiful woman, but as a matter of hard fact she is, dress and pretensions apart, a very ordinary South Kensington female of about 37, hopelessly inferior in physical and spiritual distinction to the beautiful youth, who hastily puts down the mirror as she enters. Kissing her hand.
At last.
Henry, something dreadful has happened.
What's the matter?
I have lost your poems.
Oh, they were unworthy of you. I will write you some more.
No, thank you. Never any more poems for me. Oh, how could I have been so mad, so rash, so imprudent?
Thank heaven for your madness, your rashness, your imprudence.
Oh, be sensible, Henry. Can't you see what a terrible thing this is for me? Suppose anybody finds these poems, what will they think?
They will think that a man once loved a woman more devotedly than ever man loved woman before, but they will not know what man it was.
What good is that to me, if everybody will know what woman it was?
But how will they know?
How will they know? Why, my name is all over them, my silly, unhappy name. Oh, if I had only been christened Mary Jane, or Gladys Muriel, or Beatrice, or Francesca, or Guinevere, or something quite common. But Aurora! Aurora! I'm the only Aurora in London, and everybody knows it. I believe I'm the only Aurora in the world. And it's so horribly easy to rhyme to it. Oh, Henry, why didn't you try to restrain your feelings a little in common consideration for me? Why didn't you write with some little reserve?
Write poems to you with reserve? You ask me that?
With perfunctory tenderness.
Yes, dear, of course it was very nice of you. And I know it was my own fault as much as yours. I ought to have noticed that your verses ought never to have been addressed to a married woman.
Ah, how I wish they had been addressed to an unmarried woman! How I wish they had!
Indeed, you have no right to wish anything of the sort. They are quite unfit for anybody but a married woman. That's just the difficulty. What will my sisters-in-law think of them?
Painfully jarred.
Have you got sisters-in-law?
Yes, of course I have. Do you suppose I am an angel?
Biting his lips.
I do. Heaven help me, I do. Or I did. Or...
He almost chokes a sob, softening and putting her hand caressingly on his shoulder.
Listen to me, dear. It's very nice of you to live with me in a dream, and to love me, and so on. But I can't help my husband having disagreeable relatives, can I?
Brightening up.
Of course they are your husband's relatives. I forgot that. Forgive me, Aurora.
He takes her hand from his shoulder and kisses it. She sits down on the stool. He remains near the table, with his back to it, smiling fatuously down at her.
The fact is, Teddy's got nothing but relatives. He has 8 sisters and 6 half-sisters, and ever so many brothers. But I don't mind his brothers. Now, if you only knew the least little thing about the world, Henry, you'd know that in a large family, though the sisters quarrel with one another like mad all the time, yet let one of the brothers marry, and they all turn on their unfortunate sister-in-law, and devote the rest of their lives with perfect anonymity to persuading him that his wife is unworthy of him. They can do it to her very face without her knowing it, Because there are always a lot of stupid low family jokes that nobody understands but themselves. Half the time you can't tell what they are talking about. It just drives you wild. There ought to be a law against a man's sister ever entering his house after he's married. I'm as certain as that I'm sitting here that Georgina stole those poems out of my work-box.
She will not understand them, I think.
Oh, won't she? She'll understand them only too well. She'll understand more harm than ever was in them. Nasty, vulgar-minded cat.
Going to her.
Oh, don't think of people in that way. Don't think of her at all.
He takes her hand and sits down on the carpet at her feet.
Aurora, do you remember the evening when I sat here at your feet and read you those poems for the first time?
I shouldn't have let you, I see that now. When I think of Georgina sitting there at Teddy's feet and reading them to him for the first time, I feel I shall just go distracted.
Yes, you are right. It will be a profanation.
Oh, I don't care about the profanation. But what will Teddy think? What will he do?
Suddenly throwing his head away from her knee.
You don't seem to think a bit about Teddy.
She jumps up, more and more agitated. Supine on the floor, for she has thrown him off his balance.
Oh, to me, Teddy is nothing, and Georgina less than nothing.
You'll soon find out how much less than nothing she is. If you think a woman can't do any harm because she's only a scandal-mongering dowdy ragwag, you're greatly mistaken.
She flounces about the room. He gets up slowly and dusts his hands. Suddenly she runs to him and throws herself into his arms.
Henry, help me. Find a way out of this for me. Oh, how wretched I am.
She sobs on his breast.
And oh, how happy I am.
Whisking herself abruptly away.
Don't be selfish.
Humbly.
Yes, I deserve that. I think that if I were going to the stake with you, I should still be so happy with you that I could hardly feel your danger more than my own.
Relenting and patting his hand fondly.
Oh, you are a dear darling boy, Henry. But...
Throwing his hand away fretfully.
You're no use. I want somebody to tell me what to do.
With quiet conviction.
Your heart will tell you at the right time. I have thought deeply over this, and I know what we two must do, sooner or later.
No, Henry. I will do nothing improper, nothing dishonourable.
She sits down plump on the stool and looks inflexible.
If you did, you would no longer be Aurora. Our course is perfectly simple, perfectly straightforward, perfectly stainless and true. We love one another. I am not ashamed of that. I am ready to go out and proclaim it to all London as simply as I will declare it to your husband when you see, as you soon will see, that this is the only way honourable enough for your feet to tread. Let us go out together to our own house this evening, without concealment and without shame. Remember, we owe something to your husband. We are his guests here. He is an honourable man. He has been kind to us. He has perhaps loved you as well as his prosaic nature and his sordid commercial environment permitted. We owe it to him in all honour not to let him learn the truth from the lips of a scandal-monger. Let us go now quietly, hand in hand, bid him farewell, and walk out of the house without concealment and subterfuge, freely and honestly, in full honour and self-respect.
Staring at him.
And where shall we go to?
We shall not depart by a hair's breadth from the ordinary natural current of our lives. We were going to the theatre when the loss of the poems compelled us to take action at once. We shall go to the theatre still. But we shall leave your diamonds here, for we cannot afford diamonds and do not need them.
I have told you already that I hate diamonds. Only Teddy insists on hanging me all over with them. You need not preach simplicity to me.
I never thought of doing so, dearest. I know that these trivialities are nothing to you. What was I saying? Oh, yes. Instead of coming back here from the theatre, you will come with me to my home, now and henceforth our home, and in due course of time, when you are divorced, we shall go through whatever idle legal ceremony you may desire. I attach no importance to the law. My love was not created in me by the law, nor can it be bound or loosed by it. That is simple enough and sweet enough, is it not?
He takes the flower from the table.
Here are the flowers for you. I have the tickets. We will ask your husband to lend us the carriage to show that there is no malice, no grudge between us. Come.
Spiritlessly, taking the flowers without looking at them, and temporizing.
Teddy isn't in yet.
Well, let us take that calmly. Let us go to the theatre as if nothing had happened, and tell him when we come back. Now or 3 hours hence, to-day or to-morrow, what does it matter, provided all is done in honour, without shame or fear?
What did you get tickets for? Lohengrin?
I tried, but Lohengrin was sold out for tonight.
He takes out 2 Court Theatre tickets.
Then what did you get?
Can you ask me? What is there besides Lohengrin that we two could endure, except Candida?
Springing up.
Candida? No, I won't go to it again, Henry.
Tossing the flower on the piano.
It is that play that has done all the mischief. I'm very sorry I ever saw it. It ought to be stopped.
Aurora!
Yes, I mean it.
That divinest love poem, the poem that gave us courage to speak to one another, that revealed to us what we really felt for one another, that...
Just so. It put a lot of stuff into my head that I should never have dreamt of for myself. I imagined myself just like Candida.
Catching her hands and looking earnestly at her.
You were right. You are like Candida.
Snatching her hands away.
Oh, stuff. And I thought you were just like Eugene.
Looking critically at him.
Now that I come to look at you, you are rather like him, too.
She throws herself discontentedly into the nearest seat, which happens to be the bench at the piano. He goes to her.
Aurora, if Candida had loved Eugene, she would have gone out into the night with him without a moment's hesitation.
Henry, do you know what's wanting in that play?
There is nothing wanting in it.
Yes, there is. There's Georgina wanting in it. If Georgina had been there to make trouble, that play would have been a true-to-life tragedy. Now I'll tell you something about it that I have never told you before.
What is that?
I took Teddy to it. I thought it would do him good, and so it would if only I could have kept him awake. Georgina came too, and you should have heard the way she went on about it. She said it was downright immoral, and that she knew the sort of woman that encourages boys to sit on the hearth-rug and make love to her. She was just preparing Teddy's mind to poison it about me.
Now let us be just to Georgina, dearest.
Let her deserve it first. Just to Georgina, indeed.
She really sees the world in that way. That is her punishment.
How can it be her punishment when she likes it? It will be my punishment when she brings that budget of poems to Teddy. I wish you'd have some sense and sympathize with my position a little.
Going away from the piano and beginning to walk about rather testily.
My dear, I really don't care about Georgina or about Teddy. All these squabbles belong to a plane on which I am, as you say, no use. I have counted the cost, and I do not fear the consequences. After all, what is there to fear? Where is the difficulty? What can Georgina do? What can your husband do? What can anybody do?
Do you mean to say that you propose that we should walk right bang up to Teddy and tell him we're going away together?
Yes, what can be simpler?
And do you think for a moment he would stand it, like a half-baked clergyman in the play? He'd just kill you.
Coming to a sudden stop and speaking with considerable confidence.
You don't understand these things, my darling. How could you? In one respect I am unlike the poet in the play. I have followed the Greek ideal and not neglected the culture of my body. Your husband would make a tolerable second-rate heavyweight if he were in training and 10 years younger. As it is, he could, if strung up to a great effort by a burst of passion, give a good account of himself for perhaps 15 seconds. But I am active enough to keep out of his reach for 15 seconds, and after that I should be simply all over him.
Rising and coming to him in consternation.
What do you mean by all over him?
Don't ask me, dearest. At all events, I swear to you that you need not be anxious about me.
And what about Teddy? Do you mean to tell me that you are going to beat Teddy before my face like a brutal prize-fighter?
All this alarm is needless, dearest. Believe me, nothing will happen. Your husband knows I am capable of defending myself. Under such circumstances nothing ever does happen. And, of course, I shall do nothing. The man who once loved you is sacred to me.
Doesn't he love me still? Has he told you anything?
No, no.
He takes her tenderly in his arms.
Oh, dearest, dearest, how agitated you are. How unlike yourself. All these worries belong to the lower plane. Come up with me to the higher one, the heights, the solitudes, the soul world.
Avoiding his gaze.
No, stop. It's no use, Mr. Upjohn.
Recoiling.
Mr. Upjohn?
Excuse me, I meant Henry, of course.
How could you even think of me as Mr. Apjohn? I never think of you as Mrs. Bumpus. It is always Aurora.
Yes,
Aurora.
yes, that's all very well, Mr. Abjon.
He is about to interrupt again, but she won't have it.
No, it's no use. I've suddenly begun to think of you as Mr. Abjon, and it's ridiculous to go on calling you Henry. I thought you were only a boy, a child, a dreamer. I thought you would be too much afraid to do anything. And now you want to beat Teddy and to break up my home and disgrace me and make a horrible scandal in the papers. It's cruel, unmanly, cowardly.
With grave wonder.
Are you afraid?
Oh, of course I'm afraid. So you would be if you had any common sense.
She goes to the hearth, turning her back to him, and puts one tapping foot on the fender, watching her with great gravity.
Perfect love casteth out fear. That is why I am not afraid. Mrs. Bumpus, you do not love me.
Turning to him with a gasp of relief.
Oh, thank you, thank you. You really can be very nice, Henry.
Why do you thank me?
Coming prettily to him from the fireplace.
For calling me Mr. Bumpus again. I feel now that you are going to be reasonable and behave like a gentleman.
He drops on the stool, covers his face with his hand, and groans.
What's the matter?
Once or twice in my life I have dreamed that I was exquisitely happy and blessed. But oh, the misgiving at the first stir of consciousness, the stab of reality, the prison walls of the bedroom, the bitter, bitter disappointment of waking. And this time, oh, this time I thought I was awake.
Listen to me, Henry. We really haven't time for all that sort of flapdoodle now.
He starts to his feet as if she had pulled a trigger and straightened him by the release of a powerful spring, and goes past her with set teeth to the little table.
Oh, take care. You nearly hit me in the chin with the top of your head.
With fierce politeness.
I beg your pardon. What is it you want me to do? I am at your service. I am ready to behave like a gentleman if you will be kind enough to explain exactly how.
A little frightened.
Thank you, Henry. I was sure you would. You're not angry with me, are you?
Go on, quickly. Give me something to think about, or I will.
He suddenly snatches up her fan and is about to break it in his clenched fists, running forward and catching at the fan with loud lamentation.
Don't break my fan. No, don't.
He slowly relaxes his grip of it as she draws it anxiously out of his hands.
No, really, that's a stupid trick. I don't like that. You've no right to do that.
She opens the fan and finds that the sticks are disconnected.
Oh, how could you be so inconsiderate?
I beg your pardon. I will buy you a new one.
You will never be able to match it, and it was a peculiar favorite of mine.
Then you'll have to do without it, that's all.
That's not a very nice thing to say after breaking my pet fan, I think.
If you knew how near I was to breaking Teddy's pet wife and presenting him with the pieces, you would be thankful that you were alive instead of howling about 5 shillings worth of ivory. Damn your fan!
Oh, don't you dare swear in my presence. One would think you were my husband.
Again collapsing on the stool.
This is some horrible dream. What has become of you? You are not my Aurora.
Oh, well, if you come to that, what has become of you? Do you think I would ever have encouraged you if I had known you were such a little devil?
Don't drag me down, don't! Don't! Help me find the way back to the heights!
Kneeling beside him and pleading.
If you would only be reasonable, Henry. If you would only remember that I am on the brink of ruin, and not go on calmly saying that it's all quite simple.
It seems so to me.
Jumping up distractedly.
If you say that again, I shall do something I'll be sorry for. Here we are, standing on the edge of a frightful precipice. No doubt it's quite simple to go over and have done with it. But can't you suggest anything more agreeable?
I can suggest nothing now. A chill, black darkness has fallen. I can see nothing but the ruins of our dream.
He rises with a deep sigh.
Can't you? Well, I can. I can see Georgina rubbing those poems into Teddy.
Facing him determinedly.
And I tell you, Henry Abjon, that you got me in this mess, and you must get me out of it again.
Polite and hopeless.
All I can say is that I'm entirely at your service. What do you wish me to do?
Do you know anybody else named Aurora?
No.
There is no use in saying no in that frozen, pig-headed way. You must know some Aurora or other somewhere.
You said you were the only Aurora in the world, and
lifting his clasped fists with a sudden return of his emotion.
you were the only Aurora in the world to me.
He turns away from her, hiding his face, petting him.
Yes, yes, dear, of course. It's very nice of you. And I appreciate it, indeed I do. But it's not reasonable just at present. Now just listen to me. I suppose you know all those poems by heart.
Yes, by heart.
Raising his head and looking at her with a sudden suspicion.
Don't you?
Well, I never can remember verses, and besides, I've been so busy that I've not had time to read them all, though I intend to the very first moment I can get. I promise you that most faithfully, Henry. But now try to remember very particularly. Does the name of Bompas occur in any of the poems?
No.
You're quite sure?
Of course I'm quite sure. How could I use such a name in a poem?
Well, I don't see why not. It rhymes with rumpus, which seems appropriate enough at present, goodness knows. However, you're a poet, and you ought to know.
What does it matter, now?
It matters a lot, I can tell you. If there's nothing about Bompas in the poems, we can say that they were written to some other Aurora, and that you showed them to me because my name was Aurora too. So you've got to invent another Aurora for the occasion.
Oh, if you wish me to tell a lie...
Surely, as a man of honor, as a gentleman, you wouldn't tell the truth, would you?
Oh, very well. You have broken my spirit and desecrated my dreams. I will lie and protest and stand on my honour. Oh, I will play the gentleman, never fear.
Yes, put it all on me, of course. Don't be mean, Henry.
Rousing himself with an effort.
Oh, you are quite right, Mrs. Bompas. I beg your pardon. You must excuse my temper. I have got growing pains, I think.
Growing pains?
Well, the process of growing from romantic boyhood into cynical maturity usually takes 15 years. When it is compressed into 15 minutes, the pace is too fast, and growing pains are the result.
Oh, is it a time for cleverness? It's settled, isn't it, that you're going to be nice and good, and that you'll brazen it out to Teddy that you have some other Aurora?
Yes, I'm capable of anything now. I should not have told him the truth by halves, and now I will not lie by halves. I'll wallow in the honour of a gentleman.
Dearest boy, I knew you would. Shh.
She rushes to the door and holds it ajar, listening breathlessly.
What is it?
White with apprehension.
It's Teddy. I hear him tapping the new barometer. He can't have anything serious in his mind, or he wouldn't do that. Perhaps Georgina hasn't said anything.
She steals back to the hearth.
Try and look as if there was nothing the matter. Give me my gloves, quick.
He hands them to her. She pulls on one hastily and begins buttoning it with ostentatious unconcern.
Go further away from me, quick.
He walks doggedly away from her until the piano prevents his going farther.
If I button my glove, and you were to hum a tune, don't you think that...
The tableau would be complete in its guiltiness. For heaven's sake, Mrs. Bompas, let that glove alone. You look like a pickpocket.
Her husband comes in, a robust, thick-necked, well-groomed city man, with a strong chin but a blithering eye and credulous mouth. He has a momentous air, but shows no sign of displeasure, rather the contrary.
Hello. I thought you two were at the theatre.
I felt anxious about you, Teddy. Why didn't you come home to dinner?
I got a message from Georgina. She wanted me to go to her.
Poor dear Georgina. I'm sorry I haven't been able to call on her this last week. I hope there's nothing the matter with her.
Nothing, except anxiety for my welfare and yours.
She steals a terrified look at Henry.
By the way, Apjohn, I should like a word with you this evening, if Aurora can spare you for a moment.
I am at your service.
No hurry. After the theatre will do.
We have decided not to go.
Indeed. Well then, shall we adjourn to my snuggery?
You needn't move. I shall go and look up my diamonds, since I'm not going to the theatre. Give me my things.
As he hands her the cloud and the mirror.
Well, we shall have more room here.
Looking about him and shaking his shoulders loose.
I think I should prefer plenty of room.
So if it's not disturbing you, Rory...
Not at all.
She goes out. When the two men are alone together, Bompas deliberately takes the poems from his breast pocket, looks at them reflectively, then looks at Henry, mutely inviting his attention. Henry refuses to understand, doing his best to look unconcerned.
Do these manuscripts seem at all familiar to you, may I ask?
Manuscripts?
Yes. Would you like to look at them a little closer?
He proffers them under Henry's nose, as with a sudden illumination of glad surprise.
Why, these are my poems.
So I gather.
Oh, what a shame Mrs. Bumpus has shown them to you. You must think me an utter ass. I wrote them years ago after reading Swinburne's Songs Before Sunrise. Nothing would do me then but I must reel off a set of songs to the sunrise. Aurora, you know, the rosy-fingered Aurora. They're all about Aurora. When Mrs. Bumpus told me her name was Aurora, I couldn't resist the temptation to lend them to her to read. But I didn't bargain for your unsympathetic eyes.
Grinning.
Apjohn, that's really very ready of you. You are cut out for literature, and the day will come when Rory and I will be proud to have you about the house. I have heard far thinner stories from much older men.
With an air of great surprise.
Do you mean to imply that you don't believe me?
Do you expect me to believe you?
Why not? I don't understand.
Come, don't underrate your own cleverness, Apjohn. I think you understand pretty well.
I assure you I am quite at a loss. Can you not be a little more explicit?
Don't overdo it, old chap. However, I will be just so far explicit as to say that if you think these poems read as if they were addressed not to a live woman, but to a shivering cold time of day at which you were never out of bed in your life, you hardly do justice to your own literary powers, which I admire and appreciate, mind you, as much as any man. Come, own up. You wrote these poems to my wife.
An internal struggle prevents Henry from answering.
Of course you did.
He throws the poems on the table and goes to the hearthrug, where he plants himself solidly, chuckling a little and waiting for the next move.
Mr. Bumpus, I pledge you my word you are mistaken. I need not tell you that Mrs. Bumpus is a lady of stainless honour, who has never cast an unworthy thought on me. The fact that she has shown you my poems—
That's not a fact. I came by them without her knowledge. She didn't show them to me.
Does not that prove their perfect innocence? She would have shown them to you at once if she had taken your quite unfounded view of them.
Apjohn, play fair. Don't abuse your intellectual gifts. Do you really mean that I am making a fool of myself?
Believe me, you are. I assure you, on my honour as a gentleman, that I have never had the slightest feeling for Mrs. Bumpus beyond the ordinary esteem and regard of a pleasant acquaintance.
Shortly, showing ill humour for the first time.
Oh, indeed.
He leaves his hearth and begins to approach Henry slowly, looking him up and down with growing resentment, hastening to improve the impression made by his mendacity.
I should never have dreamt of writing poems to her. The thing is absurd.
Reddening ominously.
Why is it absurd?
Shrugging his shoulders.
Well, it happens that I do not admire Mrs. Bumpus in that way.
Breaking out in Henry's face.
Let me tell you that Mrs. Bumpus has been admired by better men than you soapy-headed little puppy, you.
Much taken aback.
There is no need to insult me like this, I assure you, on my honour as a—
Too angry to tolerate a reply, and boring Henry more and more towards the piano.
You don't admire Mrs. Bumpus. You would never dream of writing poems to Mrs. Bumpus. My wife's not good enough for you, isn't she? Who are you, pray, that you should be so jolly superior?
Mr. Bumpus, I can make allowances for your jealousy.
Jealousy? Do you suppose I'm jealous of you? No, nor of 10 like you. But if you think I'll stand here and let you insult my wife in her own house, you're mistaken.
Very uncomfortable with his back against the piano and Teddy standing over him threateningly.
How can I convince you? Be reasonable. I tell you my relations with Mrs. Bumpus are relations of perfect coldness, of indifference.
Say it again. Say it again. You're proud of it, aren't you? Yah, you're not worth kicking.
Henry suddenly executes the feat known to pugilists as dipping and changes sides with Teddy, who is now between Henry and the piano.
Look here, I'm not going to stand this.
Oh, you have some blood in your body after all. Good job.
This is ridiculous. I assure you Mrs. Bumpus is quite—
What is Mrs. Bumpus to you, I'd like to know? I'll tell you what Mrs. Bumpus is. She's the smartest woman in the smartest set in South Kensington, and the handsomest and the cleverest and the most fetching to experienced men who know a good thing when they see it, whatever she may be to conceited, penny-a-lining puppies who think nothing good enough for them. It's admitted by the best people, and not to know it argues yourself unknown. 3 of our first actor-managers have offered her 100 a week if she'd go on the stage when they start a repertory theatre, and I think they know what they're about as well as you. The only member of the present cabinet that you might call a handsome man has neglected the business of the country to dance with her, though he don't belong to our set as a regular thing. One of the first professional poets in Bedford Park wrote a sonnet to her worth all your amateur trash. At Ascot last season, the eldest son of a duke excused himself from calling on me, on the ground that his feelings for Mrs. Bumpus were not consistent with his duty to me as host, and it did him honour, and me too. But she isn't good enough for you, it seems. You regard her with coldness, with indifference, and you have the cool cheek to tell me so to my face. For 2 pins I'd flatten your nose in to teach you manners. Introducing a fine woman to you is casting pearls before swine. Before swine, d'ye hear?
With a deplorable lack of polish.
You call me a swine again, and I'll land you one on the chin that'll make your head sing for a week.
What?
He charges at Henry with bull-like fury. Henry places himself on guard in the manner of a well-taught boxer, and gets away smartly, but unfortunately forgets the stool which is just behind him. He falls backwards over it, unintentionally pushing it against the shins of Bumpus, who falls forward over it. Mrs. Bumpus, with a scream, rushes into the room between the sprawling champions, and sits down on the floor in order to get her right arm round her husband's neck.
You shan't, Teddy, you shan't. You will be killed. He's a prize fighter.
I'll prize fight him.
He struggles vainly to free himself from her embrace.
Henry, don't let him fight you. Promise me that you won't.
I have got a most frightful bump on the back of my head.
He tries to rise, reaching out her left hand to seize his coat-tail and pulling him down again, while keeping fast hold of Teddy with the other hand.
Not until you have promised. Not until you both have promised.
Teddy tries to rise. She pulls him back again.
Teddy, you promise, don't you? Yes, yes. Be good. You promise.
I won't, unless he takes it back.
He will. He does. You take it back, Henry? Yes.
Yes, I take it back.
She lets go his coat. He gets up. So does Teddy.
I take it all back. All, without reserve.
On the carpet.
Is nobody going to help me up?
They each take a hand and pull her up.
Now won't you shake hands and be good?
I shall do nothing of the sort. I have steeped myself in lies for your sake, and the only reward I get is a lump on the back of my head the size of an apple. Now I will go back to the straight path.
Henry, for heaven's sake.
It's no use. Your husband is a fool and a brute.
What's that you say?
I say you are a fool and a brute, and if you'll step outside with me, I'll say it again.
Teddy begins to take off his coat for combat.
Those poems were written to your wife, every word of them, and to nobody else.
The scowl clears away from Bumpus's countenance. Radiant, he replaces his coat.
I wrote them because I loved her. I thought her the most beautiful woman in the world, and I told her so over and over again. I adored her, do you hear? I told her that you were a sordid commercial chump, utterly unworthy of her, and so you are.
So gratified he can hardly believe his ears.
You don't mean it.
Yes, I do mean it, and a lot more too. I asked Mrs. Bumpus to walk out of the house with me, to leave you, to get divorced from you and marry me. I begged and implored her to do it this very night. It was her refusal that ended everything between us.
Looking very disparagingly at him.
What she can see in you, goodness only knows.
Beaming with remorse.
My dear chap, why didn't you say so before? I apologize. Come, don't bear malice. Shake hands. Make him shake hands, Rory.
For my sake, Henry. After all, he's my husband. Forgive him. Take his hand.
Henry, dazed, lets her take his hand and place it in Teddy's, shaking it heartily.
You've got to own that none of your literary heroines can touch my Rory.
He turns to her and claps her with fond pride on the shoulder.
Hey, Rory, they can't resist you, none of 'em. Never knew a man yet that could hold out 3 days.
Don't be foolish, Daddy. I hope you were not really hurt, Henry.
She feels the back of his head. He flinches.
Oh, poor boy, what a bump. I must get some vinegar and brown paper.
She goes to the bell and rings.
Will you do me a great favour, Apjohn? I hardly like to ask, but it would be a real kindness to us both.
What can I do?
Taking up the poems.
Well, may we get these printed? It shall be done in the best style, the finest paper, sumptuous binding, everything first class. They're beautiful poems. I should like to show them about a bit.
Running back from the bell, delighted with the idea, and coming between them.
Oh, Henry, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, I don't mind. I'm past minding anything. I've grown too fast this evening.
How old are you, Henry?
This morning I was 18. Now I am. Oh, confound it, I'm quoting that beast of a play.
He takes the Candida tickets out of his pocket and tears them up viciously.
What shall we call the volume? To Aurora or something like that, eh?
I should call it How He Lied to Her Husband.
End of How He Lied to Her Husband.
The Outside by Susan Glaspell. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain of the Bars Lifesaving Station.
Read by John Steigerwald.
Bradford, a lifesaver.
Read by M.B.
Tony, a Portuguese lifesaver.
Read by Bart de Leeuw.
Mrs. Patrick, who lives in the abandoned station.
Read by Elizabeth Klett.
Ali Mayo, who works for her.
Read by Ariel Lipshaw.
Narrated by David Lawrence. Scene: a room in a house which was once a life-saving station. Since ceasing to be that, it has taken on no other character, except that of a place where no one cares either to preserve or change. It is painted the life-saving gray, but has not the life-saving freshness. This is one end of what was the big boat room, and at the ceiling is seen a part of the framework from which the boat once swung. About 2/3 of the back wall is open, because of the big sliding door, of the type of barn door, and through this open door are seen the sand dunes, and beyond them the woods. At one point the line where woods and dunes meet stand out clearly, and there are indicated the rude things, vines, bushes, which form the outer, uneven rim of the woods, the only things that grow in the sand. At another point a sandhill is menacing the woods. This old life-saving station is at a point where the sea curves, so through the open door the sea also is seen. The station is located on the outside shore of Cape Cod, at the point, near the tip of the cape, where it makes that final curve which forms the Provincetown harbor. The dunes are hills and strange forms of sand on which, in places, grows the stiff beach grass, struggle, dogged growth against odds. At right of the big sliding door is a drift of sand, and the top of buried beach grass is seen on this. There is a door left, and at right of big sliding door is a slanting wall. Door in this is ajar at rise of curtain, and through this door Bradford and Tony, lifesavers, are seen bending over a man's body, attempting to restore respiration. The captain of the lifesavers comes into view outside the big open door, at left. He appears to have been hurrying, peers in, sees the men, quickly goes to them.
I'll take this now, boys.
No need for anybody to take it, Captain. He was dead when we picked him up.
Danny Sears was dead when we picked him up, but we brought him back. I'll go on a while.
The two men who have been bending over the body rise, stretch to relax, and come into the room. Bradford, pushing back his arms and putting his hands on his chest.
Work, trying to put life in the dead.
Where'd you find him, Joe?
In front of this house, not 40 feet out.
What did you bring him up here for?
He speaks in an abstracted way, as if the working part of his mind is on something else, and in the muffled voice of one bending over.
Force of habit, I guess. We brought so many of 'em back up here.
Looks around the room.
And then it was kind of unfriendly down where he was. The wind spitting the sea onto you till you'd have no way of knowing he was ashore.
Lucky I was not sooner or later as I walked by from my watch.
You have accommodating ways, Tony. No sooner or later. I wouldn't say it of many Portuguese. But the sea
Calling it in to the captain.
is friendly as a kitten alongside the women that live here. Ally Mayo, they're both crazy. Had that door open,
Moving his head toward the big sliding door.
sweeping out, and when we come along here, she backs off and stands looking at us. Looking! Lord, I wanted to get him somewhere else. So I kicked this door open with my foot
Jerking his hand toward the room where the captain is seen bending over the man.
and got him away. If he did have any notion of coming back to life, he wouldn't have come if he'd seen her. I wouldn't.
You know who he is, Joe?
I never saw him before.
Mitchell telephoned from High Head that a dory came ashore there.
Last night wasn't the best night for a dory. Not that I couldn't have stayed in one. Some men can stay in a dory and some can't.
Going to the inner door.
That boy's dead, Captain.
Then I'm not doing him any harm.
Going over and shaking the frame where the boat once swung.
This is the first time you ever been in this place, ain't it, Tony?
I never was here before.
Well, I was here before. And the old man.
Nodding toward the captain.
He lived here for 27 years. Lord, the things that happened here. There've been dead ones carried through that door.
Pointing to the outside door.
Lord, the ones I've carried. I carried in Bill Collins and Lou Harvey and... It's all over now. You ain't seen no wrecks. Don't ever think you have. I was here the night that Jenny Snow was out there. That was a wreck. We got the boat that stood here.
Again shaking the frame.
Down that bank.
Goes to the door and looks out.
Lord, how'd we ever do it? The sand has put his place on the blink all right. And then when it gets too God-forsaken for a life-saving station, a lady takes it for a summer residence. And then spends the winter. She's a cheerful one.
A woman? She makes things pretty. This is not like a place where a woman live. On the floor there is nothing. On the wall there is nothing. Things
Trying to express it with his hands.
do not hang on other things.
Imitating Tony's gesture.
Nope. Things do not hang on other things. In my opinion, the woman's crazy. Sitting over there on the sand. What's she looking at? There ain't nothing to see. And I know the woman that works for her is crazy. Ally Mayo. She's a Provincetown girl. She was all right once, but...
Mrs. Patrick comes in from the hall at the right. She is a city woman, a sophisticated person who has been caught into something as unlike the old life as the dunes are unlike a meadow. At the moment she is excited and angry.
You have no right here. This isn't the life-saving station any more. Just because it used to be, I don't see why you should think... This is my house, and I want my house to myself.
Captain, putting his head through the door, one arm of the man he is working with is raised, and the hand reaches through the doorway.
Well, I must say, lady, I would think that any house could be a life-saving station when the sea had sent a man to it.
Mrs. Patrick, who has turned away so she cannot see the hand.
I don't want him here. I must have my house to myself.
You'll get your house to yourself when I've made up my mind there's no more life in this man. A good many lives have been saved in this house, Mrs. Patrick, I believe that's your name. And if there's any chance of bringing one more back from the dead, the fact that you own the house ain't going to make a damn bit of difference to me.
I must have my house to myself.
Hell with such a woman.
Moves the man he is working with and slams the door shut. As the captain says, and if there's any chance of bringing one more back from the dead. Ally Mayo has appeared outside the wide door which gives on to the dunes, a bleak woman who at first seems little more than a part of the sand before which she stands. But as she listens to this conflict, one suspects in her that peculiar intensity of twisted things which grow in unfavoring places.
I don't want them here. I must.
But suddenly she retreats and is gone.
Well, I couldn't say, Ally Mayo, that you work for any too kind-hearted a lady. What's the matter with the woman? Does she want folks to die? Appears to break her all up to see somebody trying to save a life. What do you work for such a fish for? A crazy fish, that's what I call the woman. I've seen her day after day setting over there where the dunes meet the woods, just sitting there looking. I believe she likes to see the sand slipping down on the woods. Pleases her to see something getting buried, I guess.
Ally Mayo has stepped inside the door and moved half across the room, toward the corridor at the right, is arrested by this last, stands a moment as if seeing through something, then slowly on and out.
Some coffee'd taste good. But coffee in this house? Oh no, it might make somebody feel better.
Opening the door, which was slammed shut.
Want me now, Captain?
No.
Oh, that boy's dead, Captain.
Denny Sears was dead too. Shut that door. I don't want to hear that woman's voice again. Ever.
Closing the door and sitting on the bench built into that corner between the big sliding door and the room where the captain is.
They're a cheerful pair of women, living in this cheerful place. A place that lifesavers had to turn over to the sand. Huh. No, this Patrick woman used to be all right. She and her husband was summer folks over in town. They used to picnic over here on the outside. It was Joe Dyer. He's always talking to summer folks. Told them the government was going to build the new station and sell this one by sealed bids. I heard them talking about it. They was sitting right down there on the beach eating their supper. They was going to put in a fireplace and they was going to paint it bright colors and have parties over here. Summer folk notions. Their bid won it. Who'd want it? A buried house you couldn't move?
I see no bright colors.
Don't you? How astonishing. You must be colorblind. And I guess we're the first party. I was in Bill Joseph's grocery store one day last November, when in she comes, Mrs. Patrick from New York. "I've come to take the old life-saving station," says she. "I'm going to sleep over there tonight." Ha! Bill is used to queer ways. He deals with summer folks. But that got him. November, an empty house, a buried house, you might say, off here on the outside shore, way across the sand from man or beast. He got it out of her not by what she said, but by the way she looked at what he said, that her husband had died and she was running off to hide herself, I guess. A person would feel sorry for her if she weren't so standoffish and so doggone mean. But mean folks have got minds of their own. She slept here that night. Bill had men hauling things till after dark. Bed, stove, coal. And then she wanted somebody to work for her. Somebody, says she, that doesn't say an unnecessary word. Well then, Bill come to the back of the store. I said, looks to me as if Ally Mayo was the party she's looking for. Ally Mayo has got a prejudice against words. Or maybe she likes him so well she's saving of him. She's not spoke an unnecessary word for 20 years. She's got her reasons. Women whose men go to sea ain't always talkative.
The captain comes out. He closes his door behind him and stands there beside it. He looks tired and disappointed. Both look at him. Pause.
Wonder who he was.
Young. Guess he's not been much at sea.
I hate to leave even the dead in this house, but we can get right back for him.
A look around.
The old place used to be more friendly.
Moves to outer door. Hesitates. Hating to leave like this.
Well, Joe, we brought a good many of them back here.
Danny Sears is tending bar in Boston now.
The three men go. As they are going around the drift of sand, Ally Mayo comes in, carrying a pot of coffee. Sees them leaving, puts down the coffee pot, looks at the door the captain has closed, moves toward it, as if drawn. Mrs. Patrick follows her in.
They've gone?
Mrs. Mayo nods, facing the closed door.
And they're leaving him?
Again the other woman nods.
Then he's...
Mrs. Mayo just stands there.
They have no right. Just because it used to be their place. I want my house to myself.
Snatches her coat and scarf from a hook and starts through the big door toward the dunes.
Wait.
When she has said it, she sinks into that corner seat, as if overwhelmed by what she has done. The other woman is held.
If I could say that, I can say more.
Looking at woman she has arrested, but speaking more to herself.
That boy in there, his face, uncovered something.
Her open hand on her chest, but she waits as if she cannot go on. When she speaks, it is in labored way, slow, monotonous, as if snowed in by silent years.
For 20 years I did what you were doing, and I can tell you, it's not the way.
Her voice has fallen to a whisper. She stops, looking ahead at something remote and veiled.
We had been married 2 years.
A start, as of sudden pain, says it again, as if to make herself say it.
Married 2 years. He had a chance to go north on a whaler. Time's hard. He had to go. 1.5 years it was to be. 1.5 years. 2 years we'd been married.
She sits silent, moving a little back and forth.
The day he went away.
Not spoken, but breathed from pain.
The days after he was gone. I heard it first. Last letter said farther north. Not another chance to write till on the way home. 6 months. Another I did not hear. Nobody ever heard. I used to talk as much as any girl in Provincetown. Jim used to tease me about my talking. But they'd come in to talk to me. They'd say, "You may hear yet." They'd talk about what must have happened. And one day a woman who'd been my friend all my life said, suppose he was to walk in. I got up and drove her from my kitchen, and from that time to this I've not said a word I didn't have to say. The ice that caught Jim caught me. It's not the way. You're not the only woman in the world whose husband is dead.
Dead? My husband's not dead.
He's not? Oh.
The woman in the door is crying. Suddenly picks up her coat, which has fallen to the floor, and steps outside.
Wait.
Wait? Don't you think you've said enough? They told me you didn't say an unnecessary word.
I don't.
And you can see I should think that you've bungled into things you know nothing about.
As she speaks, and crying under her breath, she pushes the sand by the door down on the half-buried grass, though not as if knowing what she is doing.
When you keep still for 20 years, you know things you didn't know you knew. I know why you're doing that. Don't bury the only thing that will grow. Let it grow.
The woman outside, still crying under her breath, turns abruptly and starts toward the line where dunes and woods meet.
I know where you're going.
Mrs. Patrick turns, but not as if she wants to.
What you'll try to do, over there.
Pointing to the line of woods.
Bury it. The life in you, bury it, watching the sand bury the woods. But I'll tell you something. They fight too. The woods, they fight for life the way that captain fought for life in there.
Pointing to the closed door.
And lose the way he lost in there.
They don't lose.
Don't lose? I have walked on the tops of buried trees.
And vines will grow over the sand that covers the trees and hold it. And other trees will grow over the buried trees.
I've watched the sand slip down on the vines that reach out farthest.
Another vine will reach that spot. Strange little things that reach out farthest.
And will be buried soonest.
And hold the sand for things behind them. They save a wood that guards a town.
I care nothing about a wood to guard a town. This is the outside, these dunes where only beach grass grows, this outer shore where men can't live. The outside. You who were born here and who die here have named it that.
Yes, we named it that, and we had reason. He died here.
Reaches her hand toward the closed door.
And many a one before him, but many another reached the harbor.
Slowly raises her arm, bends it to make the form of the cape, touches the outside of her bent arm.
The outside. But an arm that bends to make a harbor, where men are safe.
I'm outside the harbor, on the dunes. Land, not life.
Dunes meet woods, and woods hold dunes from a town that's shore to a harbor.
This is the outside. Sand.
Picking up some of it in her hand, and letting it fall on the beach grass.
Sand that covers. Hills of sand that move and cover.
Woods. Woods to hold the moving hills from Provincetown. Provincetown, where they turn when boats can't live at sea. Did you ever see the sails come round here when the sky is dark? A line of them, swift to the harbour where their children live. Go back, back to your edge of the woods that's the edge of the dunes.
The edge of life, where life trails off to dwarfed things not worth a name.
Suddenly sits down in the doorway.
Not worth a name. And meeting the outside.
Lifting sand and letting it drift through her hand.
They're what the sand will let them be. They take strange shapes like shapes of blown sand.
Meeting the outside.
Moving nearer, speaking more personally.
I know why you came here. To this house that had been given up. On this shore where only savors of life try to live. I know what holds you on these dunes and draws you over there. But other things are true beside the things you want to see.
How do you know they are? Where have you been for 20 years?
Outside. 20 years. That's why I know how brave they are.
Indicating the edge of the woods, suddenly different.
You'll not find peace there again. Go back and watch them fight.
Swiftly rising.
You're a cruel woman. A hard, insolent woman. I knew what I was doing. What do you know about it? About me? I didn't go to the outside. I was left there. I'm only trying to get along. Everything that can hurt me I want buried deep. Spring is here. This morning I knew it. Spring, coming through the storm, to take me to hurt me. That's why I couldn't bear.
She looks at the closed door.
Things that made me know I feel. You haven't felt for so long you don't know what it means. But I tell you, spring is here. And now you take that from me?
Looking now toward the edge of the woods.
The thing that made me know they would be buried in my heart? Those things I can't live and know I feel? You're more cruel than the sea. But other things are true besides the things you want to see? Outside. Springs will come when I will not know that it is spring. What would there be for me but the outside? What was there for you? What did you ever find after you lost the thing you wanted?
I found what I find now, I know. The edge of life. To hold life behind me.
A slight gesture toward Mrs. Patrick. Stepping back.
You call what you are life? Bleak as those ugly things that grow in the sand.
Ugly?
I have known life. I have known life. You're like this cape, a line of land way out to sea. Land, not life.
A harbour far at sea.
Raises her arm, curves it as if around something she loves.
Land that encloses and gives shelter from storm.
Facing the sea as if affirming what will hold all else out.
Outside sea, outer shore, dunes, land, not life.
Outside sea, outer shore, dark with the wood that once was ships, dunes, strange land, not life, woods, town and harbour. The line, stunted straggly line that meets the outside face to face and fights for what itself can never be. Lonely line, brave growing.
It loses.
It wins.
The farthest life is buried.
And life grows over buried life.
Lifted into that, then, as one who states a simple truth with feeling.
It will. And springs will come when you will want to know that it is spring.
The captain and Bradford appear behind the drift of sand. They have a stretcher. To get away from them, Mrs. Patrick steps farther into the room. Ally Mayo shrinks into her corner. The men come in, open the closed door, and go in the room where they left the dead man. A moment later, they are seen outside the big open door, bearing the man away. Mrs. Patrick watches them from sight.
Savors of life. You savors of life. Meeting the outside. Meeting.
But she cannot say it mockingly again. In saying it, something of what it means has broken through. Rises. Herself lost, feeling her way into the wonder of life.
Meeting. The outside.
It grows in her as curtain lowers slowly. End of The Outside, by Susan Glaspell.
The Parlor Car. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Parlor Car, by William D. Howells. Read by Barry Eads
and Betsy Bush. Scene: a parlor car on the New York Central Railroad. It is late afternoon in the early autumn, with a cloudy sunset threatening rain. The car is unoccupied save by a gentleman who sits fronting one of the windows, with his feet in another chair. A newspaper lies across his lap. His hat is drawn down over his eyes, and he is apparently asleep. The rear door of the car opens, and the conductor enters with a young lady, heavily veiled, the porter coming after with her wraps and traveling bags. The lady's air is of mingled anxiety and desperation, with a certain fierceness of movement. She casts a careless glance over the empty chairs.
Here's your ticket, madam. You can have any of the places you like here.
Glancing at the unconscious gentleman, and then at the young lady.
If you prefer, you can go and take that seat in the forward car.
Oh, I can't ride backwards. I'll stay here, please. Thank you. The porter places her things in a chair by a window, across the car from the sleeping gentleman, and she throws herself wearily into the next seat, wheels around in it, and lifting her veil gazes absently out at the landscape. Her face, which is very pretty, with a low forehead shadowed by thick blonde hair, shows the traces of tears. She makes search in her pocket for her handkerchief, which she presses to her eyes. The conductor, lingering a moment, goes out.
I'll be right here at the end of the car if you should happen to want anything, miss.
Making a feint of arranging the shawls and satchels.
Should you like some of these things hung up? Well, they'll be just as well in the chair. We's pretty late this afternoon, more'n 4 hours behind time. Ought to been into Albany 'fore this. Freight train off the track just this side of Rochester, and had to wait. Was you going to stop at Schenectady, miss?
At Schenectady? Yes.
Well, that's the next station, and then the cars don't stop again till they get to Albany. Anything else I can do for you now, miss?
No, thank you, nothing. The porter hesitates, takes off his cap, and scratches his head with a murmur of embarrassment. Miss Galbraith looks up at him inquiringly, and then suddenly takes out her porte-monnaie and fees him.
Thank you, miss, thank you. If you want anything at all, miss, I'm right there at the end of the car.
He goes out by the narrow passageway beside the smaller enclosed parlor. Miss Galbraith looks askance at the sleeping gentleman, and then rising goes to the large mirror, to pin her veil, which has become loosened from her hat. She gives a little start at sight of the gentleman in the mirror, but arranges her headgear, and returning to her place looks out of the window again. After a little while she moves about uneasily in her chair, then leans forward and tries to raise her window. She lifts it partly, when the catch slips from her fingers, and the window falls shut again with a crash. Oh, dear, how provoking! I suppose I must call the porter. She raises from her seat, but on attempting to move away she finds that the skirt of her polonaise has been caught in the falling window. She pulls at it, and then tries to lift the window again, but the cloth has wedged it in, and she cannot stir it. Well, I certainly think this is beyond endurance. Porter! Porter! Oh, he'll never hear me in the racket that these wheels are making. I wish they'd stop. The gentleman stirs in his chair, lifts his head, listens, takes his feet down from the other seat, rises abruptly, and comes to Miss Galbraith's side.
Will you allow me to open the window for you?
Starting back.
Miss Galbraith!
Mr. Richards! There is a silence for some moments in which they remain looking at each other. Then,
Lucy!
I forbid you to address me in that way, Mr. Richards.
Why, you were just going to call me Alan.
That was an accident, you know very well. An impulse.
Well, so is this.
Of which you ought to be ashamed to take advantage. I wonder at your presumption in speaking to me at all. It's quite idle, I can assure you. Everything is at an end between us. It seems that I bore with you too long, but I'm thankful that I had the spirit to not at last, and to act in time. And now that chance has thrown us together, I trust that you will not force your conversation upon me. No gentleman would. And I have always given you credit for thinking yourself a gentleman. I request that you will not speak to me.
You've spoken 10 words to me for every one of mine to you. But I won't annoy you. I can't believe it, Lucy. I cannot believe it. It seems like some rascally dream, and if I had had any sleep since it happened, I should think
Oh, you were sleeping soundly enough when I got into the car.
I own it. I was perfectly used up, and I had dropped off.
Then perhaps you have dreamed it.
I'll think so till you tell me again that our engagement is broken, that the faithful love of years is to go for nothing, that you dismiss me with cruel insult, without one word of explanation, without a word of intelligible accusation even. It's too much. I've been thinking it all over and over, and I can't make head or tail of it. I meant to see you again as soon as we got to town, and implore you to hear me. Come, it's a mighty serious matter, Lucy. I'm not a man to put on heroics and that, but I believe it'll play the very deuce with me, Lucy. That is to say, Miss Galbraith. I do indeed. It'll give me a low opinion of woman.
Miss Galbraith, averting her face. Oh, a very high opinion of woman you have had.
Well, there is one woman whom I thought a perfect angel.
Indeed. May I ask her name? Mr. Richards, with a forlorn smile.
I shall be obliged to describe her somewhat formally as Miss Galbraith.
Mr. Richards!
Why, you've just forbidden me to say Lucy. You must tell me, dearest, what have I done to offend you? The worst criminals are not condemned unheard, and I've always thought you were merciful, if not just, and now I only ask you to be just.
Miss Galbraith, looking out of the window. You know very well what you've done. You can't expect me to humiliate myself by putting your offense into words.
Upon my soul, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what I've done. When you came at me last night, with my ring and presents and other little traps, you might have knocked me down with the lightest of the lot. I was perfectly dazed. I couldn't say anything before you were off, and all I could do was to hope that you'd be more like yourself in the morning. And in the morning, when I came round to Mrs. Phillips's, I found you were gone, and I came after you by the next train.
Mr. Richards, your personal history for the last 24 hours is a matter of perfect indifference to me, as it shall be for the next 2400 years. I see that you are resolved to annoy me, and since you will not leave the car, I must do so. She rises haughtily from her seat, but the imprisoned skirt of her polonaise twitches her abruptly back into her chair. She bursts into tears. Oh, what shall I do?
You shall do whatever you like, Miss Galbraith, when I've set you free, for I see your dress is caught in the window. When it's once out, I'll shut the window, and you can call the porter to raise it.
He leans forward over her chair, and while she shrinks back the length of her tether, he tugs at the window fastening.
I can't get at it. Would you be so good as to stand up, all you can?
Miss Galbraith stands up droopingly, and Mr. Richards makes a movement towards her, and then falls back.
No, that won't do. Please sit down again.
He goes round her chair and tries to get at the window from that side.
I can't get any purchase on it. Why don't you cut out that piece?
Miss Galbraith stares at him in dumb amazement.
Well, I don't see what we're to do. I'll go and get the porter.
He goes to the end of the car and returns.
I can't find the porter. He must be in one of the other cars. But,
Brightening with the fortunate conception.
I've just thought of something. Will it unbutton?
Unbutton?
Yes, this garment of yours.
My polonaise? Yes.
Well, then, it's a very simple matter. If you will just take it off, I can easily...
I can't. A polonaise isn't like an overcoat.
Oh, well, then...
He remains thinking a moment in hopeless perplexity. "The porter will be back soon. Don't trouble yourself any further about it, please. I shall do very well."
If you could kneel on that foot cushion and face the window.
Miss Galbraith, kneeling promptly. "So?"
Yes, and now,
Kneeling beside her.
if you'll allow me to get at the window catch.
He stretches both arms forward. She shrinks from his right into his left, and then back again.
And pull while I raise the window.
"Yes, yes, but do hurry, please. If anyone saw us, I don't know what they would think. It's perfectly ridiculous." Pulling. "It's caught in the corner of the window, between the frame and the sash, and it won't come. Is my hair troubling you? Is it in your eyes?"
It's in my eyes, but it isn't troubling me. Am I inconveniencing you?
"Oh, not at all."
Well, now then, pull hard.
He lifts the window with a great effort. The polonaise comes free with a start, and she strikes violently against him. In supporting the shock he cannot forbear catching her for an instant to his heart. She frees herself and starts indignantly to her feet. "Oh, what a cowardly subterfuge!"
Cowardly? You've no idea how much courage it took.
Miss Galbraith puts her handkerchief to her face and sobs.
Oh, don't cry. Bless my heart. I'm sorry I did it. But you know how dearly I love you, Lucy, though I do think you've been cruelly unjust. I told you I never should love anyone else, and I never shall. I couldn't help it. Upon my soul, I couldn't. Nobody could. Don't let it vex you, my...
He approaches her. "Please, please, do not touch me, sir. You have no longer any right whatever to do so."
You misinterpret a very inoffensive gesture. I have no idea of touching you, but I hope I may be allowed, as a special favor, to pick up my hat, which you are in the act of stepping on.
Miss Galbraith hastily turns and strikes the hat with her whirling skirts. It rolls to the other side of the parlor, and Mr. Richards, who goes after it, utters an ironical
Thanks.
He brushes it and puts it on, looking at where she has again seated herself at the window, with her back to him, and continues.
As for any further molestation from me...
"If you will talk to me..."
Excuse me, I am not talking to you.
"What were you doing?"
I was beginning to think aloud. I was soliloquizing. I suppose I may be allowed to soliloquize?
"You can do what you like."
Unfortunately, that's just what I can't do. If I could do as I liked, I should ask you a single question.
"Well, sir, you may ask your question." She remains as before, with her chin in her hand, looking tearfully out of the window. Her face is turned from Mr. Richards, who hesitates a moment before he speaks.
I wish to ask you just this, Miss Galbraith. If you couldn't ride backwards in the other car, why do you ride backwards in this?
Miss Galbraith, burying her face in her handkerchief and sobbing. "Oh, oh, oh, this is too bad!"
Oh, come now, Lucy. It breaks my heart to hear you going on so, and all for nothing. Be a little merciful to both of us, and listen to me. I've no doubt I can explain everything if I once understand it, but it's pretty hard explaining a thing if you don't understand it yourself. Do turn around. I know it makes you sick to ride in that way, and if you don't want to face me, there.
Wheeling in his chair so as to turn his back upon her.
You needn't, though it's rather trying to a fellow's politeness, not to mention his other feelings. Now, what in the name...
Porter, who at this moment enters with his step-ladder and begins to light the lamps.
Going pretty slow again, sah. Yes, what's the trouble? Well, I don't know exactly, sah. Something the matter with the locomotive. We shan't be into Albany much 'fore 8 o'clock. What's the next station? Schenectady. Is the whole train as empty as this car? Ha, well, no, sah. Fact is, this car don't belong on this train. It's a Pullman that we hitched on when you got in, and we's taken it along for one of the eastern roads. We let you in 'cause the drawing rooms was all full. Same with the lady.
Looking sympathetically at her as he takes his steps to go out.
Can I do anything for you now, miss?
"No, thank you, nothing whatever." She has turned while Mr. Richards and the porter have been speaking, and now faces the back of the former, but her veil is drawn closely. The porter goes out. Mr. Richards wheeling round so as to confront her.
I wish you would speak to me half as kindly as you do to that darky, Lucy.
He is a gentleman.
He is an urbane and well-informed nobleman. At any rate, he's a man and a brother, but so am I.
Miss Galbraith does not reply, and after a pause Mr. Richards resumes.
Talking of gentlemen, I recollect once, coming up on the day boat to Poughkeepsie, there was a poor devil of a tipsy man kept following a young fellow about and annoying him to death, trying to fight him, as a tipsy man will, and insisting that the young fellow had insulted him. By and by he lost his balance and went overboard, and the other jumped after him and fished him out.
Sensation on the part of Miss Galbraith, who stirs uneasily in her chair, looks out of the window, then looks at Mr. Richards and drops her head.
There was a young lady on board who had seen the whole thing, a very charming young lady indeed, with pale blonde hair growing very thick over her forehead, and dark eyelashes to the sweetest blue eyes in the world. Well, this young lady's papa was amongst those who came up to say civil things to the young fellow when he got aboard again, and to ask the honor, he said the honor, of his acquaintance. And when he came out of his stateroom in dry clothes, this infatuated old gentleman was waiting for him, and took him and introduced him to his wife and daughter, and the daughter said, with tears in her eyes, and a perfectly intoxicating impulsiveness, that it was the grandest and the most heroic and the noblest thing that she had ever seen, and she should always be a better girl for having seen it. Excuse me, Miss Galbraith, for troubling you with these facts of a personal history, which, as you say, is a matter of perfect indifference to you. The young fellow didn't think at the time he had done anything extraordinary, but I don't suppose he did expect to live to have the same girl tell him he was no gentleman.
Oh, Allen, Allen, you know I think you are a gentleman, and I always did.
Oh, I merely had your word for it, just now that you didn't. Will you hear me, Lucy?
Yes.
Well, what is it I've done? Will you tell me if I guess right?
I am in no humor for jesting, Allen, and I can assure you that though I consent to hear what you have to say or ask, nothing will change my determination. All is over between us.
Yes, I understand that, perfectly. I am now asking merely for general information. I do not expect you to relent, and in fact, I should consider it rather frivolous if you did. No, what I have always admired in your character, Lucy, is a firm, logical consistency, a clearness of mental vision that leaves no side of a subject unsearched, and an unwavering constancy of purpose. You may say that these traits are characteristic of all women, but they are preeminently characteristic of you, Lucy.
Miss Galbraith looks askance at him to make out whether he is in earnest or not. He continues with a perfectly serious air.
And I know now that if you're offended with me, it's for no trivial cause.
She stirs uncomfortably in her chair.
What I have done I can't imagine, but it must be something monstrous, since it has made life with me appear so impossible that you are ready to fling away your own happiness, for I know you did love me, Lucy, and destroy mine. I will begin with the worst thing I can think of. Was it because I danced so much with Fanny Watervliet?
How can you insult me by supposing that I could be jealous of such a perfect little goose as that? No, Allen, whatever I think of you, I still respect you too much for that.
I'm glad to hear that there are yet depths to which you think me incapable of descending, and that Miss Watervliet is one of them. I will now take a little higher ground. Perhaps you think I flirted with Mrs. Dawes. I thought, myself, that the thing might begin to have that appearance, but I give you my word of honor that as soon as the idea occurred to me, I dropped her, rather rudely, too. The trouble was, don't you know, that I felt so perfectly safe with a married friend of yours. I couldn't be hanging about you all the time, and I was afraid I might vex you if I went with the other girls, and I didn't know what to do.
I think you behaved rather silly, giggling so much with her, but—
I own it. I know it was silly, but—
It wasn't that. It wasn't that.
Was it my forgetting to bring you those things from your mother?
No.
Was it because I hadn't given up smoking yet?
You know I never asked you to give up smoking. It was entirely your own proposition.
That's true. That's what made me so easy about it. I knew I could leave it off any time. Well, I will not disturb you any longer, Miss Galbraith.
He throws his overcoat across his arm and takes up his traveling bag.
I have failed to guess your fatal conundrum, and I have no longer any excuse for remaining. I am going into the smoking car. Shall I send the porter to you for anything?
No, thanks. She puts up her handkerchief to her face.
Lucy, do you send me away?
Miss Galbraith, behind her handkerchief. You were going yourself. Mr. Richards, over his shoulder.
Shall I come back?
I have no right to drive you from the car. Mr. Richards, coming back and sitting down in the chair nearest her.
Lucy, dearest, tell me what's the matter.
Oh, Alan, your not knowing makes it all the more hopeless and killing. It shows me that we must part, that you would go on breaking my heart and grinding me into the dust as long as we lived. It shows me that you never understood me, and you never will. I know you're good and kind and all that, but that only makes your not understanding me so much the worse. I do it quite as much for your sake as my own, Alan.
I'd much rather you wouldn't put yourself out on my account.
If you could mortify me before a whole roomful of people as you did last night, what could I expect after marriage but continual insult?
How did I mortify you? I thought that I treated you with all the tenderness and affection that a decent regard for the feelings of others would allow. I was ashamed to find I couldn't keep away from you.
Oh, you were attentive enough, Alan. Nobody denies that. Attentive enough in non-essentials. Oh, yes.
Well, what vital matters did I fail in? I'm sure I can't remember.
I dare say they won't appear vital to you, Alan. Nothing does. And if I had told you, I should have been met with ridicule, I suppose. But I knew better than to tell you. I respected myself too much.
But now you mustn't respect yourself quite so much, dearest. And I promise you I won't laugh at the most serious thing. I'm in no humor for it. If it were a matter of life and death even, I can assure you that it wouldn't bring a smile to my countenance. No, indeed. If you expect me to laugh now, you must say something particularly funny.
I was not going to say anything funny, as you call it, and I will say nothing at all if you talk in this way.
Well, I won't then. But do you know what I suspect, Lucy? I wouldn't mention it to everybody, but I will to you, in strict confidence. I suspect that you're rather ashamed of your grievance, if you have any. I suspect it's nothing at all.
Nothing, Alan. Do you call it nothing to have Mrs. Dawes come out with all that about your accident on your way up the river, and ask me if it didn't frighten me terribly to hear of it, even after it was all over, and I had to say you hadn't told me a word of it? Why, Lucy, you must teach him better than that. I make Mr. Dawes tell me everything. Little simpleton, and then to have them all laugh. Oh, dear, it's too much.
Why, my dear Lucy.
I saw just how it was going to be, and I'm thankful that it happened. I saw that you didn't care enough for me to take me into your whole life, that you despised and distrusted me, and that it would get worse and worse to the end of our days, that we should grow farther and farther apart, and I should be left moping at home while you ran about making confidants of other women whom you considered worthy of your confidence. It all flashed upon me in an instant, and I resolved to break with you then and there, and I did, just as soon as ever I could go to my room for your things, and I'm glad, yes, oh, so glad I did it.
Your joy is obvious. May I ask?
Oh, it wasn't the first proof you had given me how little you really cared for me, but I was determined it should be the last. I dare say you've forgotten them. I dare say you don't remember telling Mamie Morris that you didn't like embroidered cigar cases, when you just told me that you did, and let me be such a fool as to commence one for you. But I'm thankful to say that went into the fire. Oh, yes, instantly. And I dare say you've forgotten that you didn't tell me your brother's engagement was to be kept, and let me come out with it that night at the Rudges, and then looked perfectly aghast, so that everybody thought I had been babbling. Time and again, Allen, you have made me suffer agonies. Yes, agonies. But your power to do so is at an end. I am free and happy at last. She weeps bitterly.
Yes, I had forgotten those crimes, and I suppose many similar atrocities. I own it. I am forgetful and careless. I was wrong about those things. I ought to have told you why I said that to Miss Morris. I was afraid she was going to work me one. As to that accident I told Mrs. Dawes of, it wasn't worth mentioning. Our boat simply walked over a sloop in the night, and nobody was hurt. I shouldn't have thought twice about it if she hadn't happened to brag of their passing close to an iceberg on their way home from Europe. Then I trotted out my pretty near disaster as a match for hers. Confound her! I wish the iceberg had sunk them. Only it wouldn't have sunk her. She's so light, she would have gone bobbing about all over the Atlantic Ocean like a cork. She's got a perfect life-preserver in that mind of hers.
Oh.
But since you are happy, I will not repine, Miss Galbraith. I don't pretend to be very happy myself, but then I don't deserve it. Since you are ready to let an absolutely unconscious offence on my part cancel all the past, since you let my devoted love weigh as nothing against the momentary pique that a malicious little rattle-pate, she was vexed at my leaving her, could make you feel, and choose to gratify a wicked resentment at the cost of any sufferings to me, why, I can be glad and happy too. Yes, Miss Galbraith, all is over between us. You can go. I renounce you.
Miss Galbraith, springing fiercely to her feet. Go, indeed! Renounce me! Be so good as to remember that you haven't got me to renounce.
Well, it's all the same thing. I'd renounce you if I had. Good evening, Miss Galbraith. I will send back your presents as soon as I get to town. It won't be necessary to acknowledge them. I hope we may never meet again.
He goes out of the door towards the front of the car, but returns directly, and glances uneasily at Miss Galbraith, who remains with her handkerchief pressed to her eyes.
That is, I shall be obliged to intrude upon you again. The fact is...
Why, the cars have stopped. Are we at Schenectady?
Well, no, not exactly. Not stopped exactly at Schenectady.
Then what station is this? Have they carried me by? Observing his embarrassment. Allen, what is the matter? What has happened? Tell me instantly. Are we off the track? Have we run into another train? Have we broken through a bridge? Shall we be burnt alive? Tell me, Allen, tell me. I can bear it. Are we telescoped? She wrings her hands in terror.
Nothing of the kind has happened. This car has simply come uncoupled, and the rest of the train has gone on ahead, and left us standing on the track, nowhere in particular.
He leans back in his chair and wheels it round from her. Miss Galbraith, mortified yet anxious. Well?
Well, until they miss us and run back to pick us up, I shall be obliged to ask your indulgence. I will try not to disturb you. I would go out and stand on the platform, but it's raining.
Miss Galbraith, listening to the rainfall on the roof. Why, so it is. Did you notice when the car stopped?
No.
He rises and goes out at the rear door, comes back, and sits down again. Miss Galbraith rises and goes to the large mirror to wipe away her tears. She glances at Mr. Richards, who does not move. She sits down in a seat nearer him than the chair she has left. After some faint murmurs and hesitations, she asks, "Will you please tell me why you went out just now?"
Yes, I went to see if the rear signal was out.
Why?
Because, if it wasn't out, some train might run into us from that direction.
Oh, and was it?
Yes.
Miss Galbraith returns to her former place with a wounded air, and for a moment neither speaks. Finally she asks very meekly, "And there's no danger from the front?"
No.
Miss Galbraith, after some little noises and movements meant to check Mr. Richards' attention, "Of course I never meant to imply that you were intentionally careless or forgetful."
Thank you.
"I always did justice to your good-heartedness, Allen. You're perfectly lovely that way, and I know that you would be sorry if you knew you had wounded my feelings, however accidentally." She droops her head so as to catch a sidelong glimpse of his face, and sighs, while she nervously pinches the top of her parasol, resting the point on the floor. Mr. Richards makes no answer. "That about the cigar case might have been a mistake. I saw that myself, and as you explain it, why, it was certainly very kind and very creditable to your thoughtfulness. It was thoughtful."
I am grateful for your good opinion.
"But do you think it was quite nice not to tell me that your brother's engagement was to be kept, when you know, Allen, I can't bear to blunder in such things? Do you? You can't say it was."
I never said it was.
"No, Allen, that's what I always admired in your character. You always owned up. Don't you think it's easier for men to own up than it is for women?"
I don't know. I never knew any woman to do it.
"Oh, yes, Allen, you know I often own up."
No, I don't.
"Oh, how can you bear to say so? When I'm rash, or anything of that kind, you know I acknowledge it."
Do you acknowledge it now?
Why, why, how can I, when I haven't been rash? What have I been rash?
About the cigar case, for example.
Oh, that was a great while ago. I thought you meant something quite recent." A sound as of the approaching tram is heard in the distance. She gives a start, and then leaves her chair again for one a little nearer his. "I thought perhaps you meant about last night."
Well,
"I don't think it was rash exactly. No, not rash. It might not have been very kind not to trust you more, when I knew that you didn't mean anything. But no, I took the only course I could. Nobody could have done differently under the circumstances. But if I caused you any pain, I'm very sorry. Oh, yes, very sorry indeed. But I was not precipitate, and I know I did right. At least I tried to act for the best. Don't you believe I did?"
why, if you have no doubt upon the subject, my opinion is of no consequence.
"Yes, but what do you think? If you think differently, you can make me see it differently. Oughtn't you do so?"
I don't see why. As you say, all is over between us.
"Yes. I should suppose you would care enough for yourself to wish me to look at the matter from the right point of view."
I don't.
Miss Galbraith, becoming more and more uneasy as the noise of the approaching train grows louder. "I think you have been very quick with me at times, quite as quick as I could have been with you last night." The noise is more distinctly heard. "I'm sure that if I could once see it as you do, no one would be more willing to do anything in their power to atone for their rashness. Of course I know that everything is over."
As to that, I have your word. And in view of the fact, perhaps this analysis of motive, of character, however interesting on general grounds, is a little—
"Say it, and take your revenge. I have put myself at your feet, and you do right to trample on me. Oh, this is what women may expect when they trust to men's generosity. Well, it is over now, and I'm thankful, thankful. Cruel, suspicious, vindictive, you're all alike, and I'm glad that I'm no longer subject to your heartless caprices. And I don't care what happens after this. I shall always— Oh, you're sure it's from the front, Allen? Are you sure the rear signal is out?"
Yes, but if it will ease your mind, I'll go and look again.
He rises and starts toward the rear door. "Oh, no, don't go. I can't bear to be left alone." The sound of the approaching train continually increases in volume. "Oh, isn't it coming very, very, very fast?"
No, no, don't be frightened.
Miss Galbraith, running towards the rear door. "Oh, I must get out. It will kill me. I know it will. Come with me. Do, do." He runs after her, and her voice is heard at the rear of the car. "Oh, the outside door is locked, and we are trapped, trapped, trapped. Oh, quick, let's try the door at the other end." They re-enter the parlor, and the roar of the train announces that it is upon them. "No, no, it's too late, it's too late. I'm a wicked, wicked girl, and this is all to punish me. Oh, it's coming at full speed." He remains bewildered, confronting her. She utters a wild cry, and as the train strikes the car with a violent concussion, she flings herself into his arms. "There, there, forgive me, Allen. Let us die together, my own love." She hangs fainting on his breast. Voices are heard without, and after a little delay the porter comes in with a lantern.
Rather more of a job than we meant to give you, sir. We had to run down pretty quick after we missed you, and the rain made the track a little slippery. Lady much frightened?
Miss Galbraith, disengaging herself. "Oh, not at all, not in the least. We thought it was a train coming from behind and going to run into us, and so I
Not quite so bad as that. We'll be into Schenectady in a few minutes, miss. I'll come for your things."
He goes out at the other door. "Allen, what will he ever think of us? I'm sure he saw us."
I don't know what he'll think now. He did think you were frightened, but you told him you were not. However, it isn't important what he thinks. Probably he thinks I'm your long-lost brother. It had a kind of family look.
Ridiculous.
Why, he'd never suppose that I was a jilted lover of yours.
No.
Come, Lucy.
Taking her hand.
You wished to die with me a moment ago. Don't you think you can make one more effort to live with me? I won't take advantage of words spoken in mortal peril, but I suppose you were in earnest when you called me your own.
Her head droops. He folds her in his arms a moment. Then she starts away from him, as if something had suddenly occurred to her. "Allen, where are you going?"
Going? Upon my soul, I haven't the least idea.
"Where were you going?"
Oh, I was going to Albany.
"Well, don't. Aunt Mary is expecting me here at Schenectady. I telegraphed her, and I want you to stop here, too, and we'll refer the whole matter to her. She's such a wise old head. I'm not sure—"
What?
"that I'm good enough for you." Mr. Richards starting, in burlesque of her movement, as if a thought had struck him.
Lucy, how came you on this train when you left Syracuse on the morning express?
"I waited over a train at Utica." She sinks into a chair and averts her face.
May I ask why?
"I don't like to tell. Mr. Richards coming and standing in front of her, with his hands in his pockets.
Look me in the eye, Lucy.
She drops her veil over her face and looks up at him.
Did you expect to find me on this train?
"I was afraid it never would get along. It was so late."
Don't tergiversate.
"Don't what?"
Fib.
"Not for worlds."
How did you know I was in this car?
"Must I? I thought I saw you through the window, and then I made sure it was you when I went to pin my veil on. I saw you in the mirror."
Miss Galbraith, do you want to know what you are?
"Yes, Allen."
You're a humbug.
Miss Galbraith, springing from her seat and confronting him. "So are you. You pretended to be asleep."
I was taken by surprise. I had to take time to think.
"So did I."
And you thought it would be a good plan to get your polonaise caught in the window?
Miss Galbraith, hiding her face on his shoulder. "No, no, Allen. That I never will admit. No woman would."
Oh, I dare say. Well, I am a poor, weak, helpless man, with no one to advise me or counsel me, and I have been cruelly deceived. How could you, Lucy? How could you? I can never get over this.
He drops his head upon her shoulder. Miss Galbraith starting away again and looking about the car. "Allen, I have an idea. Do you suppose Mr. Pullman could be induced to sell this car?"
Why?
"Why, because I think it's perfectly lovely, and I should like to live in it always. It could be fitted up for a sort of summer house, don't you know? And we could have it in the garden, and you could smoke in it."
Admirable. It would look just like a traveling photographic saloon. No, Lucy, we won't buy it. We will simply keep it as a precious souvenir, a sacred memory, a beautiful dream, and let it go on fulfilling its destiny all the same.
Porter entering and gathering up Miss Galbraith's things.
Be at Schenectady in half a minute, miss. Won't have much time.
Miss Galbraith, rising and adjusting her dress, and then looking about the car, while she passes her hand through her lover's arm. Oh, I do hate to leave it. Farewell, you dear, kind, good, lovely car. May you never have another accident. She kisses her hand to the car, upon which they both look back as they slowly leave, Mr. Richards kissing his hand in the like manner.
Good-bye, sweet chariot. May you never carry any but bridal couples.
Or engaged ones.
Or husbands going home to their wives.
Or wives hastening to their husbands.
Or young ladies who have waited one train over so as to be with the young men they hate.
Or young men who are so indifferent that they pretend to be asleep when the young ladies come in. They pause at the door and look back again. And must I leave thee, Paradise? They both kiss their hands to the car again, and their faces being very close together, they impulsively kiss each other. Then Miss Galbraith throws back her head and solemnly confronts him. Only think, Allan, if this car hadn't broken its engagement, we might never have mended ours.
End of The Parlor Car by William D. Howells.
Riders to the Sea by John Millington Synge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Moira, read by Pauline.
Bartley, read by Algie Pug.
Kathleen, read by Arielle Lipshaw.
Nora, read by Elizabeth Klett.
Woman, read by Dana Meitinger.
Old Man, read by Barty Begley.
The Old Man, read by David Lawrence.
Narrator, read by Calinda. Scene: an island off the west of Ireland. Cottage kitchen with nets, oilskins, spinning wheel, some new boards standing by the wall, etc. Kathleen, a girl of about 20, finishes kneading cake, and puts it down in the pot oven by the fire, then wipes her hands, and begins to spin at the wheel. Nora, a young girl, puts her head in at the door.
Where is she?
She's lying down, God help her, and maybe sleeping if she's able.
Nora comes in softly and takes a bundle from under her shawl, spinning the wheel rapidly.
What is it you have?
The young priest is after bringing them. It's a shirt and a plain stocking were got of a drowned man in Donegal.
Kathleen stops her wheel with a sudden movement and leans out to listen.
We're to find out if it's Michael's they are. Sometime herself will be down looking by the sea.
How would they be Michael's, Nora? How would he go the length that way to the far north?
The young priest says he's known the like of it. If it's Michael's they are, says he, you can tell herself he's got a clean burial by the grace of God. And if they're not his, let no one say a word about them, for she'll be getting her death, says he, with crying and lamenting.
The door, which Nora half closed, is blown open by a gust of wind. Looking out anxiously.
Did you ask him would he stop Bartley going this day with the horses to the Galway fair?
I won't stop him, says he, but let you not be afraid. Herself does be saying prayers half through the night, and the Almighty God won't leave her destitute, says he, with no son living.
Is the sea bad by the White Rocks, Nora?
Middling bad, God help us. There's a great roaring in the west, and it's worse it'll be getting when the tides turn to the wind.
She goes over to the table with the bundle.
Shall I open it now?
Maybe she'd wake up on us and come in before we'd done.
Coming to the table.
It's a long time we'll be, and the two of us crying.
Goes to the inner door and listens.
She's moving about on the bed. She'll be coming in a minute.
Give me the ladder, and I'll put them up in the turf loft, the way she won't know of them at all. And maybe when the tide turns she'll be going down to see would he be floating from the east.
They put the ladder against the gable of the chimney. Kathleen goes up a few steps and hides the bundle in the turf loft. Moria comes in from the inner room, looking up at Kathleen and speaking querulously.
Isn't it turf enough you have for this day and evening?
There's a cake baking at the fire for a short space.
Throwing down the turf.
And Bartley will want it when the tide turns if he goes to Connemara.
Nora picks up the turf and puts it round the pot oven, sitting down on a stool at the fire.
He won't go this day with the wind rising from the south and west. He won't go this day, for the young priest will stop him surely.
He'll not stop him, mother. And I heard Eamon Simon and Stephen Feety and Colum Sean saying he would go.
Where is he itself?
He went down to see would there be another boat sailing in the week, and I'm thinking it won't be long till he's here now, for the tide's turning at the Green Head, and the hooker's tacking from the east.
I hear someone passing the big stones.
Looking out.
He's coming now, and he's in a hurry.
Comes in and looks around the room, speaking sadly and quietly.
Where's a bit of new rope, Kathleen? Was bought in Connemara.
Coming down.
Give it to him, Nora. It's on a nail by the white boards. I hung it up this morning, for the pig with the black feet was eating it.
Giving him a rope.
Is that it, Bartley?
You do right to leave that rope, Bartley, hanging by the boards. It'll be wanting in this place, I'm telling you, if Michael is washed up tomorrow morning, or the next morning, or any morning in the week, for it's a deep grave we'll make him, by the grace of God.
I've no halter I can ride down on the mare, and I must go now quickly. This is the one boat going for 2 weeks, or beyond it, and the fare will be a good fare for horses, I've heard them saying below.
It's a hard thing they'll be saying below if the body is washed up and there's no man in it to make the coffin, and I after giving a big price for the finest white boards you'd find in Connemara.
She looks round at the boards.
How would it be washed up, and we looking after each day for 9 days, and a strong wind blowing a while back from the west and south?
If it wasn't found itself, that wind is raising the sea, and there was a star up against the moon, and it rising in the night. If it was 100 horses or 1,000 horses you had itself, what is the price of 1,000 horses against a sun where there is one sun only?
Working at the halter to Kathleen.
Let you go down each day and see the sheep aren't jumping in on the rye, and if the jobber comes you could sell the pig with the black feet if there's a good price going.
How would the like of her get a good price for a pig?
To Kathleen.
If the west wind holds with that last bit of the moon, let you and Nora get up weed enough for another cock for the kelp. It's hard set will be from this day with no one in it but one man to work.
It's hard set we'll be, surely, the day you're drowned with the rest. What way will I live, and the girls with me, and I an old woman looking for the grave?
Bartley lays down the halter, takes off his old coat, and puts on a newer one of the same flannel. To Nora.
Is she coming to the pier?
Looking out.
She's passing the Green Head, and letting fall her sails.
Getting his purse and tobacco.
I've half an hour to go down, and you'll see me coming again in 2 days, or in 3 days, or maybe in 4 days if the wind is bad.
Turning round to the fire and putting her shawl over her head.
Isn't it a hard and cruel man won't hear a word from an old woman, and she holding him from the sea?
It's the life of a young man to be going on the sea, and who would listen to an old woman with one thing and she's saying it over?
Taking the halter.
I must go now quickly. I'll ride down on the red mare, and the grey pony'll run behind me. The blessing of God on you.
He goes out, crying out as he is in the door.
He's gone now, God spare us. We'll not see him again. He's gone now, and when the black night is fallen, I'll have no son left me in the world.
Why wouldn't you give him your blessing, and he looking round in the door? Isn't it sorrow enough is on everyone in this house without your sending him out with an unlucky word behind him and a hard word in his ear?
Moria takes up the tongs and begins raking the fire aimlessly without looking round. Turning towards her.
You're taking away the turf from the cake.
The Son of God forgive us, Nora, we're after forgetting his bit of bread.
She comes over to the fire.
And it's destroyed he'll be going till dark night, and he after eating nothing since the sun went up.
Turning the cake out of the oven.
It's destroyed he'll be, surely. There's no sense left on any person in a house where an old woman will be talking for ever.
Moria sways herself on her stool, cutting off some of the bread and rolling it in a cloth. To Moria.
Let you go down now to the spring well and give him this and he passing. You'll see him then and the dark word will be broken, and you can say God speed you, the way he'll be easy in his mind.
Taking the bread.
Will I be in it as soon as himself?
If you go now, quickly.
Standing up unsteadily.
Oh, it's hard set I am to walk.
Looking at her anxiously.
Give her the stick, Nora, or maybe she'll slip on the big stones.
What stick?
The stick Michael brought from Connemara.
Taking a stick Nora gives her.
In the big world, the old people do be leaving things after them for their sons and children. But in this place, it is the young men do be leaving things behind for them that do be old.
She goes out slowly. Nora goes over to the ladder.
Wait, Nora, maybe she'd turn back quickly. She's that sorry, God help her, you wouldn't know the things she'd do.
Is she gone round by the bush?
Looking out.
She's gone now. Throw it down quickly, for the Lord knows when she'll be out of it again.
Getting the bundle from the loft.
The young priest said he'd be passing tomorrow, and we might go down and speak to him below if it's Michael's they are, surely.
Taking the bundle.
Did he say what way they were found?
Coming down.
There were 2 men, says he, and they rowing round with poteen before the cocks crowed, and the oar of one of them caught the body, and they passing the black cliffs of the north.
Trying to open the bundle.
Give me a knife, Nora. The string's perished with the salt water, and there's a black knot on it you wouldn't loosen in a week.
Giving her a knife.
I've heard tell it was a long way to Donegal.
Cutting the string.
It is, surely. There was a man in here a while ago. The man sold us that knife, and he said if you set off walking from the rocks beyond, it would be 7 days you'd be in Donegal.
And what time would a man take, and he floating?
Kathleen opens the bundle and takes out a bit of stocking. They look at them eagerly.
The Lord spare us, Nora. Isn't it a queer, hard thing to say if it's his they are, surely?
I'll get his shirt off the hook. That way we can put the one flannel on the other.
She looks through some clothes hanging in the corner.
It's not with them, Kathleen. And where will it be?
I'm thinking Bartley put it on him in the morning, for his own shirt was heavy with a salt in it. There's a bit of the sleeve was of the same stuff. Give me that, and it will do.
Nora brings it to her, and they compare the flannel.
It's the same stuff, Nora. But if it is itself, aren't there great rolls of it in the shops of Galway? And isn't it many another man may have a shirt of it as well as Michael himself?
Who has taken up the stocking and counted the stitches, crying out,
It's Michael, Kathleen. It's Michael. God spare his soul, and what will herself say when she hears this story, and Bartley on the sea?
Taking the stocking.
It's a plain stocking.
It's the 2nd one of the 3rd pair I knitted, and I put up 60 stitches, and I dropped 4 of them.
Counts the stitches.
It's that number is in it. Ah, Nora, isn't it a bitter thing to think of him floating that way to the far north, and no one to keen him but the black hags that do be flying on the sea?
Swinging herself round and throwing out her arms on the clothes.
And isn't it a pitiful thing when there is nothing left of a man who was a great rower and fisher, but a bit of an old shirt and a plain stocking?
Tell me, is herself coming, Nora? I hear a little sound on the path.
Looking out.
She is, Kathleen. She's coming up to the door.
Put these things away before she'll come in. Maybe it's easier she'll be after giving her blessing to Bartley, and we won't let on we've heard anything the time he's on the sea.
Helping Kathleen to close the bundle.
We'll put them here in the corner.
They put them into a hole in the chimney corner. Kathleen goes back to the spinning wheel.
Will she see I was crying, I was?
Keep your back to the door the way the light'll not be on you.
Nora sits down at the chimney corner with her back to the door. Moria comes in very slowly, without looking at the girls, and goes over to her stool at the other side of the fire. The cloth with the bread is still in her hand. The girls look at each other, and Nora points to the bundle of bread. After spinning for a moment,
You didn't give him his bit of bread.
Moria begins to keen softly without turning around.
Did you see him riding down?
Moria goes on keening.
God forgive you. Isn't it a better thing to raise your voice and tell what you seen than to be making lamentation for a thing that's done? Did you see Bartley, I'm saying to you?
My heart's broken from this day.
Did you see Bartley?
I seen the fearfullest thing.
Leaves her wheel and looks out.
God forgive you. He's riding the mare now over the green head and the grey pony behind him.
Starts, so that her shawl falls back from her head and shows her white tossed hair.
The grey pony behind him.
Coming to the fire.
What is it ails you at all?
I've seen the fearfullest thing any person has seen since the day Breed Dara seen the dead man with the child in his arms.
They crouch down in front of the old woman at the fire.
Tell us what it is you seen.
I went down to the spring well, and I stood there saying a prayer to myself. Then Bartley came along, and he riding on the red mare with the grey pony behind him.
She puts up her hand as if to hide something from her eyes.
The Son of God spare us, Nora.
What is it you seen?
I seen Michael himself.
You did not, mother. It wasn't Michael you seen, for his body is after being found in the far north, and he's got a clean burial by the grace of God.
I'm after seeing him this day, and he riding and galloping. Bartley came first on the red mare, and I tried to say, God speed you, but something choked the words in my throat. He went by quickly, and the blessing of God on you, says he. And I could say nothing. I looked up then, and I crying at the grey pony, and there was Michael upon it, with fine clothes on him and new shoes on his feet.
It's destroyed we are from this day. It's destroyed, surely.
Didn't the young priest say the Almighty God wouldn't leave her destitute with no son living?
It's little the like of him knows about the sea. Bartley will be lost now, and let you call in, Eamon, and make a good coffin out of the white boards, for I won't live after them. I've had a husband, and a husband's father, and 6 sons in this house, 6 fine men. And though it was a hard birth I had with every one of them, and they coming into the world, and some of them were found and some of them were not found, but they're gone now, the lot of them. There were Stephen and Sean were lost in the great wind, and found after in the bay of Gregory of the Golden Mouth, and carried up the 2 of them on the one plank, and in by that door.
She pauses for a moment. The girls start, as if they heard something through the door that is half open behind them.
Did you hear that, Kathleen? Did you hear a noise in the northeast?
There's someone after crying out by the seashore.
There was Seamus, and his father, and his own father again, were lost in a dark night, and not a stick or sign was seen of them when the sun went up. There was Patch after was drowned out of the curragh that turned over. I was sitting there with Bartley and he a baby, lying on my 2 knees, and I seen 2 women and 3 women and 4 women coming in, and they crossing themselves and not saying a word. I looked out then, and there were men coming after them, and they holding a thing in the half of a red sail, and water dripping out of it. It was a dry day, Nora, and leaving a track to the door.
She pauses again with her hand stretched out towards the door. It opens softly, and old women begin to come in, crossing themselves on the threshold and kneeling down in front of the stage with red petticoats over their heads.
Is it Patch? Or Michael? Or what is it at all?
Michael is after being found in the far north, and when he is found there, how could he be here in this place?
There does be a power of young men floating around in the sea. And what way would they know if it was Michael they had, or another man like him? For when a man is 9 days in the sea, and the wind blowing, it's hard set his own mother would be to say what man was it.
It's Michael, God spare him, for they're after sending us a bit of his clothes from the far north.
She reaches out and hands Moria the clothes that belong to Michael. Moria stands up slowly and takes them into her hands. Nora looks out.
They're carrying a thing among them, and there's water dripping out of it and leaving a track by the big stones.
Is it Bartley it is?
It is, surely, God rest his soul.
2 younger women come in and pull out the table. Then men carry in the body of Bartley, laid on a plank with a bit of sail over it, and lay it on the table. To the women, as they are doing so,
What way was he drowned?
The grey pony knocked him into the sea, and he was washed out where there is a great surf on the white rocks.
Moria has gone over and knelt down at the head of the table. The women are keening softly and swaying themselves with a slow movement. Kathleen and Nora kneel at the other end of the table. The men kneel near the door, raising her head and speaking as if she did not see the people around her.
They're all gone now, and there isn't anything more the sea can do to me. I'll have no call now to be crying and praying when the wind breaks from the south, and you can hear the surface in the east and the surface in the west making a great stir with the 2 noises, and they hitting one on the other. I'll have no call now to be going down and getting holy water in the dark nights after Samhain. And I won't care what way the sea is when the other women will be keening. Give me the holy water, Nora. There's a small sup still on the dresser.
Nora gives it to her, drops Michael's clothes across Bartley's feet, and sprinkles the holy water over him.
It isn't that I haven't prayed for you, Bartley, to the Almighty God. It isn't that I haven't said prayers in the dark night till you wouldn't know what I'd be saying. But it's a great rest I'll have now, and it's time surely. It's a great rest I'll have now, and great sleeping in the long nights after Samhain. If it's only a bit of wet flour we'd have to eat, and maybe a fish that would be stinking.
She kneels down again, crossing herself and saying prayers under her breath. To an old man.
Maybe yourself and Eamon would make a coffin when the sun rises. We have fine white boards herself bought, God help her, thinking Michael would be found, and I have a new cake you can eat while you'd be working.
Looking at the boards.
Are there nails with them?
There are not, Colin. We didn't think of the nails.
It's a great wonder she wouldn't think of the nails, and all the coffins she's seen made already.
It's getting old she is, and broken.
Moria stands up again very slowly and spreads out the pieces of Michael's clothes beside the body, sprinkling them with the last of the holy water.
She's quiet now and easy. But the day Michael was drowned, ye could hear her crying out from this to the spring well. It's fonder she was of Michael, and would anyone have thought that?
An old woman will be soon tired with anything she will do, and isn't it 9 days herself is after crying and keening and making great sorrow in the house?
Puts the empty cup-mouth downwards on the table and lays her hands together on Bartley's feet.
They're all together this time, and the end is come. May the Almighty God have mercy on Bartley's soul, and on Michael's soul, and on the souls of Seamus and Patch, and Stephen and Sean. And may he have mercy on my soul, Nora, and on the soul of every one is left living in the world. Michael has a clean burial in the far north by the grace of Almighty God. Bartley will have a fine coffin out of the white boards, and a deep grave surely. What more can we want than that? No man at all can be living for ever, and we must be satisfied.
She kneels down again, and the curtain falls slowly. End of Riders to the Sea by John Millington Synge.